S802, 100% analog, solid tone, pure inspiration.
Hits. And tell me about this lady to your immediate left. Wendy Richter's new ladies champion, huh?
She's a smash. She's the champ. She's exotic looking. She's strong. She has new ideas, new purpose, and new meaning. And she's going to give a jolt to women's wrestling like never before.
That's right.
And I'm so proud of her, Gene.
I know you are. Now Wendy Richter.
Sending Leilani Kai in.
World shocked, as you know, last weekend. Cyndi Lauper, manager for Wendy Richter, all of a sudden arriving on the scene. Leilani Kai plans now for the upcoming title bout.
You want to see someone bust someone's bubble, brother? Huh? Wendy Richter, she didn't win nothing. You want to see a little girl break down and cry? Huh?
Cyndi Lauper.
Wendy Richter. Wendy Richter.
Wendy Richter.
We've got new plans, new purpose, and new ideas. Yeah, Moolah may have the world championship belt, but she also has Blue Albano on her side.
I made her a superstar. A number 90, the 80, the 70, the 60, the 50, the 57 and a half, the 40, the 30, the 90, 76, minus one.
It's just something accidentally happens if I was there. Right in the sword. There goes all that punk rock right out the window. I'm Rudy Lauper. Never thought of that, did you? You're sitting there in the corner. You never thought your whole career you could lose your voice all in one single shot. Don't you think for 1 second I got the new one eye. Ain't thinking that.
I didn't lose that belt in one person. I lost it because Moolah interfered in my match, and I said I'll give it back where it belongs. Give it back where it belongs. Give it back where it belongs. I didn't lose that belt in one person. I lost it because Moolah interfered in my match, and I said I'll give it back where it belongs. Give it back where it belongs. Give it back where it belongs. I didn't lose that belt in one person. I lost it because Moolah interfered in my match, and I said I'll give it back where it belongs. Give it back where it belongs. Give it back where it belongs. I didn't lose that, lose that, lose that, lose that, lose that, lose
Welcome everybody to Bass Bash Live 2021.
We did it!
Presented by Bass Magazine and hosted by yours truly, the Bass Nerds. I'm Jody, and this is
Mark.
And we are so excited for this Bass Bash. It has turned into this crazy event. We are going to be demoing basses. We're going to be demoing amps. We're going to be demoing effects and accessories and all kinds of stuff. And guess what? We're also going to be giving away basses, amps, effects, pedals, accessories, all kinds of things. It's been a crazy 2020 and pretty crazy 2021 as well,
Yeah,
right?
so far, yeah.
You know, I think I speak for both of us when I say that we are a little sad that we had to miss NAMM this year, which is traditionally where the Bass Bash is held, like a private event outside of NAMM, but during NAMM. And so this year with Bass Magazine and the Bass Nerds, we all had this crazy idea of let's do it live.
Oh yeah, fuck it, we're going live.
We're going live, guys. So here we are. It's going to be great. So first thing, with 2020 and 2021 being kind of a crazy year, COVID, and it's hit a lot of people, especially musicians, really hard. We wanted to try and give back a little bit, and why don't you tell them what
we're doing?
Yeah, what we're doing.
Yeah, so in addition to all of the festivities, we also want to give a quick shout out to an organization that's very, very near and dear to us. It's the Chicago Independent Venue League. That's Civil, that's CIVL. And what they do essentially is they have 14 independent venues across the city of Chicago. They are basically raising funds for the staff, for the organization, so those workers don't have to, because they're furloughed, they're still getting some sort of income, health insurance, whatever benefits, based on each individual venue. And without that, either the staff gets completely furloughed or the venues themselves get shut down because they can't afford anything. And honestly, without venues, none of this fucking matters, right? So
this gear is just in our bedroom.
That's right, and it can't stay that way forever. So to keep those alive, that list of 14 venues, I'm sure is going to continue to grow, especially with your support. So the biggest thing,
we need you.
Yes, we all need you. Like live music needs to happen, otherwise I'm going to keep going crazy.
I can only take so much, Mark.
To donate, you can go to Civil, that's CIVLChicago.com. The link is going to be in the Bass Bash event page, and it's also going to be on Facebook, exactly, on our website as well at bassmagazine.com.
Yes.
There's a landing page for the Bass Bash and all the goodies that are going to be part of that, as well as our sponsors and all that stuff. So again, that's Civil. The Chicago Independent Venue League. It's Civil Chicago. It's CIVLChicago.com. Go donate, please.
Yes, all you got is a couple dollars, or if you've got deep pockets, these are people that help support the musicians, and we want to help support the venues that have supported us. So.
I want to play, man. Like
we
legendary
wanna get back
venues.
at it
I want to keep playing at and seeing shows.
Yeah, and then there's also been, the numerous venues in Chicago that have already suffered from all of this. So let's try to mitigate that as much as possible.
All right.
So now let's
dive in a little bit.
So.
One of the sponsors that for this event is going to be AccuSound. They're a Massachusetts-based company. They're a cable company. They build everything. Everything is designed, manufactured, and assembled here in the USA. High-quality components. We've got gold tips, silver solder, dense copper braiding. But the beauty is they design their cables for each individual instrument.
Right, specific to basses, guitars, so on.
XLRs, pro audio gear, like audiophile stuff. The importance of that is each cable is finely tuned with the materials they're using to suit the needs of that. So for instance, we've got the BX2 bass cable.
It says bass on it right there, so you know what it's designed for.
Along with the BX2 bass pedal jumper. Right. And so what makes on the inside of this, just general talking points, we've got 18 American gauge wire. It's a thick wire. The more mass of it allows the low frequencies to push through. It's essentially a better connection between the bass and the amp. And I'm really excited about it, and so much so that we have a special announcement for you.
Yeah, we said we were going to start giving stuff away, so why don't we start with this 12-foot cable and the jumper cable, again, bass-specific cable. In order to win this cable, you need to go to the Bass Nerds Podcast Instagram. There is a post there with this cable on it, and I need you to like that post, and you will be entered to win both of these cables. Now, I don't know if I remember Mark mentioning it or not, but we are going to be using these cables through the whole demo today. The whole broadcast is solely going to be using AccuSound cables. So, enter to win.
As with all the giveaways that we're going to be doing tonight, our good friend John in Arizona, he's the editor-in-chief for Base Magazine. He is actually going to be updating the Base Bash giveaway section on our website with all of the rules for each individual manufacturer. So
Yeah, because each manufacturer, each piece of gear we're giving away might have slightly different variables on how to enter to win. So go to basemagazine.com. And there's a Base Bash landing page there that you can see all the details on how to win different pieces of gear as we announce them. So you want to get into it?
yeah, man.
All right.
Oh shit, moment of truth. So first on deck, Jody is stepping over to grab a very special piece of gear I'm going to help him with really quickly. It is the Backbeat. I'm sure some of you all have seen the Kickstarter that they did a few years ago. I'm going to help Jody put this on. And essentially, what this is...
Do we want to show them this first real quick?
Yeah, let's get a little tight shot on there if we can.
We've got two knobbies here, an in and an out, and it just clips to your strap.
Yeah,
All right.
so essentially what this is a subwoofer for your back. It helps really allow you to feel the bass. Why don't you go ahead and sit down too, so it's nice and taut against your back. I'm going to turn this down and turn it up. We're going to do the quick test. Really quickly. So Jody's never played one of these before.
This is my first time ever with the Backbeat. This is a actual true reaction to it.
Before we do that, let's go ahead and get you plugged in. Turn around real quick. And again, the subwoofer, it basically, what it'll do is just it emulates like as if you're standing in front of a giant 8x10 cab. And it really recreates that feeling that you get. And I know, like when you play shows and you step away, you lose that feeling, and you play a little harder and different. Then you step back in, and it's just like, oh shit, this feels right at home. So that's
or
what
you're
he's doing.
constantly turning up your volume or turning up your bass on your head.
So this one's my personal one. So Jody, let's. I'm going to unmute you here.
Okay.
Let's get a little sound. Okay. This is my Gibson Grabber, by the way.
Might be my Gibson Grabber by the end of the day.
All right. So go ahead and play, and it's not engaged, right? I'm going to turn up the woofer. Here we go. Jody's never played this before.
Oh.
It's really, really pushing your back.
Yeah, no, it's like it's like there's a speaker on my back.
Yeah,
You know, that's what
exactly.
it feels like.
Now watch what happens. Keep playing. I'm going to take it away.
Oh, it's like, whoa. It's like it's one of those things that like you don't realize you need or want.
Yeah.
But then as soon as you have it and then it goes away, it's like, I mean, I'm gonna put one in. I'm gonna buy one tonight.
Yeah. I mean, when I first did this, when I first tried this out, it was at Summer NAMM a couple years ago, and Yurko did the same thing I did. And when he turned it down, I actually like felt this anger, this like unexplainable like.
Yeah.
No!
You definitely feel like you're missing it when it's gone.
Yeah. Oh, I mean,
And
it's
even,
awesome.
you know, when I'm playing really light like that, it's still you've got a lot of impact there.
Yeah. It's just an extension of the instrument.
How does it work up at these high registers? Oh, I mean, it's like, so right now,
Sultry.
the strap is a little big because it's set for Mark, so it's not like super tight on my back, but there's still a lot of vibration there, a lot of, so it like as I go to the lower registers, it like seems to expand and get big. It's like dynamic too. It's just not like pulsing with each note at a steady thing. It's like it becomes part of the instrument.
Yeah.
You know?
You know, my band shared the stage with the headlining band. We shared the back line, and the way that the stage was set up, it was actually at the Empty Bottle.
Yeah.
And the drums were our drums were set up right in front of the bass cab, and my drummer was like, "Are you okay?" And it was my first time actually using the bass, the Backbeat on a gig, and I was like, "Yeah, man, I got my Backbeat." And like I had the monitors blaring in my face, I had the Backbeat on, and like I was so much more connected than I've ever been, and I was like standing like 5 feet away from the cab, which is like nuts. You can't do it without that.
I think that's the perfect way to describe it, is that like, you've never been more connected.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it's so dynamic that like I'm feeling the specific note.
Right.
You know, I'm not just feeling a vibration.
It's not like a Nintendo 64 Rumble Pack.
No, it's not like that at all.
Which I thought it was at first. Admittedly, I was just like, oh, it's a Nintendo 64 Rumble Pack or whatever. And I'm totally wrong. Way wrong. You don't even want to to stop playing. Oh, look at that face. Look at that lip. He's got the stank face.
Yeah, let's really dig in.
Yeah.
You know, Mark, this bass isn't that bad either. it's all right.
Yeah.
That Gibson grabber there. So
Yeah.
we'll-
Obviously, it was refinned a long time ago.
and we're giving it away. No, we're not.
No, we're not. No, don't do that. No, we're not giving it away. That's my fucking bass. You can't have it. You might be able to have it. I might sell it. I don't know.
Put
I
your
won't sell
offers in. Well, we'll be utilizing this instrument throughout the broadcast as well.
Yeah.
So if somebody wanted to pick up a backbeat, where might they find one?
Go to getbackbeat.com. In fact, Yurko sent, there's a special discount code that's also going to be on our giveaway page.
Yes.
For 48 hours. If you already own a backbeat or you're thinking about getting a backbeat, they're offering free shipping within the U.S. And also they're also offering a free backbeat case. It's a $40 value. You just go to getbackbeat.com. If you go to our landing page on the Facebook page, and then also on the Bass Bash website
Right.
part of the Bass Magazine, you'll see the discount code there, so you can go ahead and get those two things. Highly recommend this piece of gear. It's one of those things, exactly as Jody said, you didn't know that you needed it until you had it, and then when
Right.
it was taken away from you after you had it, you get mad and sad. And
Yeah.
also, it's really important to mention some of the features of that thing. It's not just this really cool rumble pack that enhances your playing or makes you feel more connected. It also has a headphone out. I think that's really important.
Yeah.
So you can listen to yourself. It's a great practicing tool to kind of go over how things are going to be in sort of like a real life gigging scenario to adjust stay more connected. It has an auxiliary input as well.
Nice.
Just a 3.5 millimeter auxiliary input, so you can play back and hear it. And yeah, it's phenomenal. Go to getbackbeat.com to check it out.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when obviously I think this is a great tool live, right?
Yeah.
But I also think like I'm going to be using this while I'm sitting on my couch playing my bass.
And
you
I
know?
do. You
Cool.
will.
Awesome. I will definitely be buying one in the next 24. I like legitimately.
Yeah.
No BS. I think this is just. I think you just got to get someone to wear it.
Yeah.
And then they're like, all right, I'm sold. I'm done.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's
yeah.
all it takes.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it for sure.
Cool. All right. Well, let's. Are we moving on to the next one?
Yeah, man. Let's switch gears. Let's
mute
keep.
this?
Yeah. Well, I might as well keep it on, man. We're gonna demo it with.
Oh yeah.
Vintage
Well,
Bass
that's
anyway,
right. We're going right into. I don't know if everyone can see it.
Yeah, it's going to be Bergantino. It's
Heyo.
a company that's near and dear to us. Jim and Holly Bergantino are the sweetest people on the planet.
Yes, they
Jim
are.
designs amazing gear. And the beauty of it, there's a few new additions. He's always like pushing
Innovating.
the envelope. He's
Yeah.
always fine-tuning things. He'll tell you, he's got such a really great ear and a really great understanding of the audio world. And so much so that he actually just recently came out with some vintage-inspired cabs. They've always been more on the modern side of things, but like the modern and like cutting-edge technology would still exist within all of this stuff. But it's he was really thinking about the players who swear by their flip top and they won't play anything else, and then enter some of the problems that come with those tube amps and everything. So I'm going to dive right in to the Forte. This is the Forte D head that we're going to be playing throughout the broadcast. What makes this especially awesome is that it's essentially just a very musical, open, transparent head.
Yeah.
And it's got some features on there that, first of all, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I'm not sure if we're on the tighter angle there. I'll get my big hand out of the
We
way.
are.
But it's a very, very simple format on the front end. It's a beautiful plug and play, especially how he's got the EQ set and notched. It sounds awesome just straight out of the box.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it just through the backbeat while we were demoing the backbeat that, it sounds great. Everything's kind of set at 12 o'clock.
You had the tone rolled down on the bass
I
too,
did
which is
have,
that, yeah. And we also, it's important to recognize that we had the drive turned down all the way.
This one here.
And we'll dive into what, special sauce goes with that. But, with this head, one of the first things that you would want to do is to just make sure you set your input gain right down here to a point where it's not constantly flashing. You just want to tickle the light a little bit. So see how it's not flashing? I can even come up a little bit, really dig into it. There we go. And then we'll just dial it back a little really good level, so you can get everything nice and balanced. So with the plug and play, with it sounding great, clean out of the box, one of the things that some consultants that Jim has been working with over the years, they say like we'd love to get we'd love to get a really great B15 or older flip top classic tube amp sound, but the caveat with those is that you could get you get this amazing sound when it breaks up just right. But as you turn the volume up on those things, usually you sacrifice a lot of low end. It kind of gets squashed and lost in the mix. And the great thing about those old tube amps that Jim found, and a lot of people understand, is that there's all this really beautiful harmonic content. And I swear to God, and I just told Jim and Holly this today, this thing fucking nails it, number one. Number two, I think it's probably the best. I think it's my favorite plug and play head.
Right, straightforward.
Right now, at least.
Easy.
Maybe it's because we're just starting to play it. So
Mark
the beauty,
loves this drive now.
I do.
He just can't get enough of that drive.
I can't. Well, let's dive into that. So basically, the cool thing about the drive is that it emulates the old tube amps. It has the clipping clips some of the frequencies to maintain a really good balanced sound out of it without sacrificing the lows. And additionally, one thing that you'll find when you turn up drive a lot of the times, when you crank it up, the volume just kind of spikes. And so what he's done is he sort of set everything to line level, so you can turn the master volume all the way up, and the gain and the drive all the way down, and then turn it up, and the volume's really never changing. It's just the amount of harmonic content that's passing through.
That's huge.
So this is with it turned off. Okay. He's gonna play. I'm gonna start turning it up a little bit. You can really hear that sort of throwback sort of fuzziness. And see how I'm turning up the drive, and the volume's not changing. Oh, it's so dirty. Yeah. Woo! That's the sound, man. So notice that that there wasn't a ton of saturation. You're not going to get that out of this head. This is really designed for plug and play situations. And if you want more saturation, throw the many amazing pedals,
which we will be demoing shortly.
Yeah, there's a ton of them.
What I noticed with that drive, obviously it's super clean right now, right? And then you're getting that breakup, but it still felt very dynamic. So as you're digging in, it starts to expand a little bit more, and as you lay back a little bit, it cleans up a bit. So it's still kind of emulating that tube thing you would get where when you're pushing those tubes real hard, you get that breakup. So I think that's really key to it, where it's not. It sounds really organic and really natural sounding.
Yeah, but part of that is also due to, of course, the Impulse and DSP that he's got going in here, but also it has a compressor that's fixed. 50% of the signal is going to be compressed. And then 50% is not compressed. It's just giving you that thickness.
Yeah.
The girth.
It's got a lot of girth.
It does have a lot of girth.
And then the standard, it's got 2 speak-on outputs out the back. It's got an auxiliary input in the front, DI, post and pre, all the standard stuff you would find on similar heads and other heads you're familiar with and what are traditionally found on Bergantino heads. So do we want to move on to these cabs here?
Sure.
Or do you want to play with some more EQ? What are you feeling, Mark?
I kind of like it where it is, man. I don't want to fuck with it. I think it's great. It's also mute switch, really important. When you're turning the amp on and off, mute it first and then turn it off.
Yeah, you might get an audible pop if you don't.
Yeah, it's just how those power sections work. Also, another good thing to point out is that the headphone out, you don't need a load box. You don't need a speaker box. You can actually use this as a headphone amplifier.
You don't have to have a speaker plugged into it.
Yeah, and it weighs nothing. It's got a great profile.
Yeah,
it fits in a lot of gig bags, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, coupled with the cabinets, you can fit this in your gig bag, carry this in one hand, and you're ready to gig. Yeah, that's my thing. The days of hauling around 810 refrigerators are long gone for me. Yeah. I'm not even that old, but I'm not carrying that stuff up and downstairs anymore.
No.
And especially with these new cabs that are kind of setting the standard now. What I like, Mark said it at the top of this, that both him and I are very good, are very strong proponents of Bergantino gear. If you bought an HD Bergantino or a CN cabinet, 5+ years ago, I feel like there's a 50% chance it came through me, because I sold a massive amount of those cabinets through when I was at Bass Club Chicago. And I personally have a CN cabinet. I really love it. I like kind of a little more modern, like high clarity in my tone in a lot of cases, but hanging around Mark, you get a lot of that like vintage growl stuff like that. So that's starting to tickle my fancy a little bit here.
Oh, yeah.
So these cabinets here, brand new from Bergantino. I will say I think they are the best looking Bergantino cabinets so far. Traditionally, you see a lot of the Berg stuff with the black metal grate fronts on them. This is the first cloth covered Bergantino cabinet. These are the NXV series cabinets. Mark and I were just having a discussion earlier today about using, like, if you got a business or a website or something, and instead of using like an S at the end of the words, like what would be
Phil's Coffee.
Phil's Coffees, PHILS, right? Should be, because Mark has a big pet peeve about people who would maybe put a Z at the end of.
Like Phil's Coffee.
Like Phil's Coffee, right?
I don't trust it.
So
I'm
Mark,
sure it's delicious. I don't doubt that. But as soon as you got a Z in the name where an S should be, I'm fucking out.
he's out.
Like, nope,
or like
sorry.
double consonants in a row that don't really need to be there, stuff like that. So Mark, with the NXV series, what do you think that X stands for?
It stands
Extra?
for
No?
Extreme.
It is extreme.
Son of a bitch, Jim!
So NXV is Neo Extreme Vintage.
You know what? I'm going to give him a pass because he builds some of the finest gear out there.
Spectacular stuff, for sure. So what I think Jim was trying to accomplish, at least to my ears, is definitely trying to get that cross between lightweight portability, Neo speaker that you get, but also getting that like ceramic feel out of it, so you get that low end, because a lot of the Neo stuff has a lot of high end clarity, a lot of sparkle in it, but sometimes you lose a little bit of that booty, especially when you're like digging in.
Right.
I feel like at those higher volumes, you start to dig in, you start to lose some of that low end, and I don't know, maybe it seems like a little less responsive when you start really pushing a Neo speaker.
Your average Neo speaker.
Your average Neo speaker,
or like
right?
older Neo speakers, we should say.
So then I would say, I think Jim was trying to get that vintage vibe, obviously from the look. This is throwback, classic vibe look of the cabinets, and I think he's really struck that chord between getting that vintage tone out of a really lightweight portable cabinet. I think the 112s weigh 29 pounds. We got one down here, and then the 210. This is a 210, and it weighs in at 35 pounds. So 30 pounds plus, whatever the head is, probably 6 to 8 pounds, and your base, like I said, you're walking in one trip, and then you got to help your key player load in all his stuff.
No, you don't. Nope. That's what you get for buying like $6,000 synthesizers, man. No,
the synthesizers aren't the bad part. It's the Rhodes with the 412 or 410 speaker cabinets.
You know what though? They sound so good.
Go get a Nord.
I'll help a keyboard player only if they have a Rhodes. Only.
When I see them stairs, I'm like, no, thank you. So yeah, these great cabinets. The 112 is rated at 400 watts at 8 ohms, 500 watts at 8 ohms on the 210. Really, I don't know what else to say about them other than like playing through them. Just you let your ear do the talking.
Speaking of play, I want to play this guy.
Oh, he wants to play.
Let me help you
Help
get
me,
this
help,
off there.
help me, Mark.
Help me.
The cabinets are made of Italian poplar wood. I hear the Italians have the best poplar wood. So,
wow! Don't tell that to the French. Do they even have poplar in France?
I don't know. I've never been over in Europe, so I can't really tell you. But yeah, poplar wood, got some Baltic wood in there. I think for the ports, he's using the Baltic, poplar and Baltic birch on the
Baltic
ports.
birch.
So yeah,
Being super careful with this.
what's that? The back?
Normally at a show, I'm just like throw it on.
Mark, it's seen some years and some love. I
Oh, it's
really
seen
like
some
this,
shit.
this cable. What is this cable?
It's the AccuSound.
Oh, that's right. The
AccuSound
AccuSound. We're giving one of those
BX2.
away.
We're giving it away.
All right, so Mark, so right now we got it mic'd up with some 421 Sennheisers on both the 12 and the 210. Oh, a huge thing that I haven't mentioned. These do not have any tweeters in them. So these are essentially very similar to the NXT cabinets, but without tweeters. I think that's like one of the main features I'm forgetting to mention here.
Yeah.
So no tweeters in these cabinets, but like I said, with that Neo, with the speaker designed by Jim, I think you're not going to miss that. Unless maybe you're like a gospel player who wants that super crisp, poppy, high end. I think for your rock, blues, R&B guys, even your metal guys, you're going to love this cabinet. So let's see what we got here.
Make sure I'm all plugged in the back there on my back beat.
Your back is beating. I think you're good.
Uh-oh.
Are you missing something?
I'm missing something. Maybe it's my bass. Maybe this is old bass.
It's not that we need to turn it on, the mute, because you don't need that. Oh, wait, it just turned blue.
Huh. Well, maybe I just unplugged it by accident. Oh, well. Let's go direct. I unplugged it, I think.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
There we go. Oh. That's what Daddy likes. I'm going to stand up. Sorry. Stand up and shout.
I couldn't stand up. The bass I was like Mike Dirnt from Green Day playing that thing. All right, here we go. I'm going to turn this drive all the way down, Mark. Sorry to disappoint.
Let's turn this down.
And I'm just going to turn some knobs here or there, kind of hear what you got, plus or minus 10 dB on all your frequency adjustments. Sounds great. Now, if you're feeling like you're missing a little bit of that high frequency that you get out of those tweeters, hitting this bright switch on the head, I think is really going to bring that out. And also, Mark has the tone rolled off, but you can see it brightens up those high frequencies. You're getting close to what you would get out of like the NXT cabinet, right? So now I'm going to start turning Mark's favorite knob, the drive knob.
Dude,
Nice.
yes. Oh, man, like that's like the Zappa. Like.
Well, let's. I'm gonna just unplug the 112 right now, so we can just hear the 210.
Yeah.
Then let's switch to the 112, and then kind of get an idea of what each one sounds like independently.
Let's mute it real quick.
Mute it.
Mute it.
All right. I'm gonna unplug the 112. So this is just. Move that out of the way. This is just the 210 cabinet. Now remember, it's off the ground. We're going to get a little bit of low end loss from doing that, but we're at noon on everything here. Sounding nice, Marcus.
Yeah, man.
Scooping them mids a little bit, pretty
Yeah.
regular thing that you do.
There it is.
Got that drive all the way up. 210 sounds great. So now, I'm going to want you to keep playing that same riff. and I'm going to switch to the 112 so we can get like an honest representation. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Beat is getting strong.
Oh no. We just went off the rails.
Getting longer too. I can't do it.
Then turn that drive off, and all of a sudden, there's no overdrive there. You're not
It's just low and
just
woolly.
super clean.
I'm gonna turn the tone up a little bit on this.
There, I mean,
Can you actually turn the drive back up?
of course,
Of
it's been like
course.
30 seconds.
I'm gonna turn the yeah, I can't handle it with that.
How,
All
where
the
you
way.
want the drive at?
Yeah,
Mark?
right about there to start
Noon?
with. I wanted to get it with a pick sound real quick.
Oh.
Oh, I lost the signal again. I
Uh-oh.
did it. I
Hold
did
on,
it
let me
again.
mute you, let me
oh
mute
man,
you.
what happened, Jody? What did I do? I got it back. There it is. She's back. Oh, thank goodness. There it
Come on,
is.
Mark.
Oh,
You're rocking too hard.
yeah, man. Can you turn it all the way up too? The
That's
drive?
I already have my hands on the.
Oh man,
Uh-oh.
it's good. Let's switch over to the Spectre real quick too.
Oh yeah, let's do that real quick.
let's
All
do-
right, that's muted. I think we're good there. I'm gonna
Yep.
hook up both cabinets again.
Man, so good, so
So
good. Gives me joy feelings.
Let me put my chair back.
I'll put this out of the way. You
All right,
sit
guys.
Here.
Of course, you know we're gonna go into this Spectre. Should we just jump into the Spectre? What do we?
Let's give it a minute. I mean, I think it's important to get the.
Different tones, different.
Yeah, we got like a
different
vintage
things.
style, like P style bass. Which, by the way, the 112 really shines in that like that mid-range sort of sound, like the mid-range sound that you get out of a P bass. Which is why that 12 I just kind of like lit up because of that. Well, let's get like a more modern style bass with the preamp. I'm gonna turn
Yeah.
this down. I'm gonna turn the master real quick. Let's get your input gain.
So, do we want to just hop active?
Yeah, let's do it active.
All right.
We're boosting your lows. There we
I
go.
don't have anything boosted right now.
Okay. All right, now let's turn up the master.
So Mark's setting up the input gain there, and we'll get into some of the specs on this bass momentarily because it is just gorgeous and plays great, and I love it. So right now, Mark's got my bass boosted, or my favorite bass riff.
I'm actually turning down the low mids and high mids just to kind of give it a little bit more of a scoop sound. Maybe that would shine with a good like slap tone. You want to do a little bit of slapping? I'm gonna turn the treble up a little. I'm actually gonna add a little bit of brightness to it too. See what it does with that that non-tweeter sound. You hear that? Like all those like highs coming through.
And remember, that's just the EQ on the bass is flat right now. And then there's also a mid-frequency switch on here that's probably coloring it a little bit, so then it really brightens
Woo!
it up.
I'm gonna crispy. Got the crispiness. Slow down. in at flat.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, I know I said earlier that I think like maybe gospel players wouldn't dig it as much and they might prefer an NXT, but like, dude,
Yeah.
it's cutting. I mean, we got that really rich body booty tone out of that grabber.
Yeah.
And now it's like a whole nother amp.
Woo! It's so responsive, man.
Let's try that low B.
I'm actually adding a little bit of drive.
Of course you are, Mark.
Man, beautiful. Well, I think now is a good time. Let's go ahead and transition. Let's talk about the Spectre.
The Spectre. Well, I mean, some of the pretty obvious points are it's a multi-scale bass. We got the fan fret here. And for those of you who haven't played a fan fret bass, like honestly, it's not really any different. Like playing wise, it's still very comfortable. Some people like look at this and go like, I'm gonna constantly be flat or sharp or hit the wrong note. I mean, I've played lots of fan fret basses, Dingwalls, stuff like that, and it's you'll mess up if you're thinking about it, but if you just play, it's comfortable. I mean, you see, I just played a bunch, and maybe I flubbed, but that was because of the fan fret here. So this here, new from Spectre, is the NS Dimension 5, multi-scale, 34 to 37 inch scale length. You see here, neck through, we've got a swamp ash body. We've got the, well, obviously the top is beautiful. These figured poplar burl top here. Maple, Wenge in the stripes in the middle there. This bass is available in a matte finish and also a gloss finish.
Yeah, and the gloss finish is more of a natural.
Yeah, it doesn't have the sunburst kind of look to it. And then obviously we've got our active passive preamp here. Both the preamp and the pickups are made by Fishman. These are the Fishman Fluence pickups.
Fluence.
That's what they are. And then again, just like I was mentioning, neck through, easy battery access here. I mean, both Mark and I have had an opportunity to play with it a little bit. It arrived maybe a week or so ago. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful instrument.
Yeah, and from an ergonomic standpoint, it's important to point out that fan frets, they really excel there. It does feel very comfortable. There might be a little bit of a learning curve or just like an adjustment period, but it's very, 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 very brief, like within seconds, at least when the first time I played one. But it's also important to point out the multi-scale makes all the strings feel balanced just across the board. It feels like it's very, very like even, uniform tension, so you're not like I need to back off the A string and dig really, really into the D string and back off to the G after the G, and it doesn't feel that way. It's just really nice and balanced across the board. And the pickups, man, like they don't leave any information.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got the Fishman pickups. It's the control layout. You've got the 4 knobs here: push, pull, active, passive. Pickup balance. There's that middle notch in there. And then you've got bass and treble, boost and cut, and then there's a 3-way character switch. I mean, it's a mid-frequency kind of bump wherever you put it. I mean, you heard it. We go from a pretty which way was it going? Yeah, I mean, it definitely brightens it up as you move it forward.
Yeah.
Middle setting, and then forward. Yeah, So I mean, you can get a lot of great modern tones out of it, and even in passive mode, I was getting some really cool. Let's start it in passive a little bit here, and just kind of.
It's thick and bright.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll.
That's so that it's passive right now.
Yeah.
If you want to play with it.
Woo!
Yeah. I missed that backbeat right now.
And let's go back to passive. Which one's the treble? Or the tone control?
So there's no tone control. There's
Oh,
just
okay.
bass and treble.
Okay. But even in passive.
Even in passive.
What?
Oh, wait, no, it's not. Mark just blew my mind.
Woo! That's the neck pickup. Neck. It's got a great neck. It's got a great neck. There's both pickups. And there's the bridge pickup. To the bridge!
I think like
so
aggressive
bright.
like metal players would love this. If you play like progressive metal stuff, you would love this.
Yeah.
bass.
Really, really, really cuts out. Woo! Ooh. I like that sound right there. I got the treble or tone knob turned down slightly. The bass is up. I think that sounds nice and rich. So good.
That low B sounds really tight.
Let him
so
see
like,
it. Let him see it. This beautiful, beautiful bass.
Very beautiful. And you know, we're going through the 210 and the 112 here, and it's just handling that low B, no
Yeah.
problem. We got
Another
a pick over here.
Yeah. I really do love the contour to the
Yeah.
back too, because big guys like us, like
Called
that
a
belly cut,
belly contour.
the belly contour.
Yeah, man, that thing sounds killer. You want to try it, Mark?
I'm scared, but yeah. I mean, like these basses, like they don't leave any information out, and like any mistake that I make is going to be amplified. I'm going to play it in active mode because I like to boost the bass. I like when the treble is kind of taken out like a little bit. No, I don't need the dry. Yeah, man.
Nice.
Ooh, this sings, man.
Comes with a gig bag too.
Nice.
A nice gig bag. A ProTech, I think. Is it a ProTech gig bag? Not sure.
I don't know. It's deluxe as hell. It's right over there.
It's over there. Mark making me look bad.
No, not at all. Flub City. One of these days we can
available
have
in
a
4
worthy
or 5
player.
string too.
Yeah. Awesome. I mean, very, very impressed by this. It's no surprise. I mean, like,
Yeah, I mean, what-
ever since the beginning when Stu was making basses, I mean, like, some of the best sounding basses come from Spectre, historically, very often imitated.
Never duplicated.
Never duplicated. Kind of duplicated. Not really.
Yeah, I mean, I used to sell a lot of them through Bass Club. We used to
Yeah.
have a lot of, a lot of the nicer stuff for sure. And this is definitely one of their premium basses.
Premium.
Premium. I like it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. This is just the 112 right now.
I'm a deadhead through and through. That sounds awesome, man.
Yeah, it sounds great. Just going back to these Bergantino cabinets real quick. I've always been a big fan of the 112s. If it were me, I think I might get like 2 112s.
Yeah, well,
they come in a 212, but
Right.
I really like the idea of having the modular setup. So if I got like a rehearsal or a small venue, small gig, I could just bring one, and then if I gotta kind of go balls out, then I bring the other 12 with me. you
Yeah,
know?
and they make some of the best 12s on the
Right,
market
I like
historically.
Yeah, I think like frequency spectrum is huge there in that 12. You get a lot of the low end you get out of a 15, and a lot of the clarity you get out of the 10, and that's why I've always been a big fan of the 12s. But he's got the 210, and I think there's a 212 and a 410 as well.
And what I can't remember what they call this particular setup with the 112 on the
there's a
bottom
name
and the
for
210. Jim, I know you're watching like a hawk. I know you and Holly
put it
can
in the
make it's
comments.
It's like the 232.
Does it have a Z at the end of
No,
it?
it fucking doesn't. No, it doesn't. Jim, it better not. Jim, it better not. But this is sort of like the go-to sound for a lot of players who like Bergantinos anyway. And like this Spectre complements it so well. I mean, there's so much. There's just so much great sounds coming through everything. Hope it's certainly translated through there.
Yeah.
So.
Great bass. Can't say enough good things about it. So I think pretty shortly here we're going to go to a commercial break. But before we do, let's give away a few more things.
Before we do,
all right.
What you got there, Bob?
I got all kinds. So if you watch the Bass Nerds podcast, recently we had Dr. Randall Kurtz come in, a good friend of both Mark and I. We have taken thousands of his dollars in selling him musical gear over the
And
years.
some of the best fucking basses, Randy. Why are you giving up those basses? He gave up a 63. I swear to
really?
God, I was going to kill him. A 63 P bass, I was going to kill him.
There's a long story about a Sadowski NYCP on the podcast. We went at great length. So Dr. Kurtz has written several books. You may have seen him on Scott's Bass Lessons.
Yep.
If you're
Who's a sponsor as well. I'm not sure if you all saw the video on the countdown, but Scott's Bass Lessons, remarkable teacher. I mean,
Yeah,
I've learned a
doing
lot from
his
him.
thing, man.
Of course, you see the glove, like when you first
so
watch
I
him.
thought about
10
wearing a
years ago.
glove just to kind of like.
Yeah. But the glove has a purpose other than tone. It's because of I think it's vocal dystonia that he's got there, and basically it just keeps the sensation. Anyway, doesn't matter. He's a phenomenal player. He's a phenomenal teacher, educator, and he's a good friend. Scott's Bass Lessons, give it a whirl. Anyway, back to Randy.
So Randy, if you're a musician and you have issues with pain, maybe lower back, you're sitting there, or you got a heavy 74 jazz bass that weighs 12 pounds and it's hurting your shoulders or your wrist. Sometimes I get personally, if I'm playing shows, I cramp up really easily, and sometimes my hands like turn into a claw, and I'm actually like playing bass like this. I'm probably just a potassium deficiency, but definitely something that
Or
needs
Jamerson complex.
or that too. Dr. Kurtz has released his second book, Injury Management, Prevention, and Better Health. And we've got 2 copies here.
Volume 2.
Volume 2, his Volume 1 came out a while back, and then this one came out too. And I think they're also available
As ebooks.
ebooks, right? And then we've also got Baseline Publishing decided to just send us a couple more books that we'll give away, which is the Base Monsters.
Base Monsters.
They're not nerds.
Not Bass Monsters.
Not Bass Monsters.
That
not
would be
Base
scary.
Nerds, Base Monsters. We got Billy Sheehan on the front, a legend, right? And then we also got the Slap Master, the Slap Bass book. So if you're interested in picking up Dr. Kurtz's book, either one of these books, I'm going to need you to go to the Bass Nerds Podcast Instagram page, and there is a picture of these books on there, and you will have to like that post, and that's it. And then we'll pick a rando in there. We'll give away a bunch of books. We'll give away 4 books.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's all you got to do. Go to our Instagram, find the post, like it, and then we'll send you some books.
And one quick thing with the giveaways that we're doing throughout here, it's available to everybody. It's just anybody outside of the U.S. You're just responsible for shipping, and all the import fees that come with that. So we just want to make sure we didn't leave stone unturned. But we're musicians.
Open to
We're
everybody.
broke.
We gave away a Sire bass at the Bass Nerds not long ago. Where did that thing go?
Lebanon.
Went to Lebanon.
It arrived to her. That's safe and sound. I'm very happy. I'm actually Lebanese, so pretty cool. Was not planned. It just happened at random. We used a great randomizer to pick the
Another
the right
female
person.
bass player in the world. We need more of those.
Yeah, well, there are plenty of them.
Yeah. So, all right, cool. We're gonna.
Not enough. I didn't mean that as like there's plenty of them. Didn't mean
Don't
that.
take my job.
Sorry, didn't mean it like that.
I think
Need
we're
more exposure is what I'm saying.
We're gonna cut to a video, I think, from Tim, right?
Tim Lefebvre, yeah, man.
Tim, who gets a lot of talking on our podcast as well. First couple episodes we did that Sarek bases.
Oh yeah.
And Jake Sarek had a lot of kind words to say about Tim. So
I've never met one person who I haven't met him personally, but I've never met one person who has anything negative to say about that guy. Which is probably why he gets the gig all the time.
Right.
You just look at him, he's just kind of like, he's like, yeah, man,
I wish
that's
I
all
had
right.
hair like that.
Oh, yeah.
I will say I'm definitely jealous of his resume and the bands he's played with, Derek Trucks, Black Crows, his own solo stuff. I mean,
His
it's all
solo
great.
stuff is sick.
Right.
Which we're going to cut to right now.
Right now. So, Ryan, do your job.
Rude.
Left of anything, breaks tonight a twist. For moments then we walked away. So scared in my treasure that's agreed magic light. Touch the hum on my skin. Uncommon senses. Uncommon life I'm in. Buried in the walls. The formation of my
And we're back, baby.
Hey!
Back, baby. So you can see that there is a very, very interesting setup going on in this. So we're going to dive right in, as we keep saying throughout the whole broadcast. We're going to dive right in. We've got two really amazing creations from EBS. The first one that we're demoing here is a collaboration from with a very, very, very special bass player to all of our hearts. He's one of the trailblazers. He made solo bass playing and high tech upright bass playing, like musicianship, like high end gear, like with Alembic. Mr. Stanley Clark. This is
legend,
absolute legend. So this is the Stanley Clark signature acoustic preamp. This was designed with him and his sound tech. They actually took the prototypes on the road with them with real world applications. You'll notice that we've got a microphone in the front because there is actually a microphone input. So like when you're playing an upright bass or an acoustic bass, it really captures those sounds that you want to get from the attack that comes through, and not just the piezo pickup. It also has an a quarter-inch in. And of course, you can control the A and B channels with this. You know, if you want another quarter-inch going in, you just flip the switch. If you want the XLR being the one for the B channel, you flip the switch to the XLR. And the reason this was designed is that Stanley wanted and needed something that could handle the upright characteristics, specifically in like the lower frequencies, and also like when you're playing different stages, you need to find like, you know, where's the feedback coming from? Because the bass is, you know, the upright bass is a big acoustic instrument. It's prone to feeding back because of the lower frequencies, or even like mid-range frequencies that just go honk through there. So a lot of fine tuning, a lot of detail, and a lot of thought went into producing this to make it a very effective pedal that, you know, you could use for upright basses, as we said.
Right.
But it's not just limited to upright, by the way.
No,
I think this is actually, personally, I think this is a handy pedal for a lot of applications. They mentioned flamenco guitarists will flock to this thing. I think I would agree because of the tonal sculpting that you can get. Sub bass players too. If you want to play like a sub bass, you know, like bass synth along with a bass guitar, like an electric bass guitar during a set, you have that option to seamlessly switch between the two. Sometimes you want to get the sub sounds. Sometimes you want more effects. So there's a lot of different tonal options out of this thing. And then so let's dive into a little bit to some of the EQ settings. First and foremost, the bass. They found, Stanley and his tech found that 40 hertz is really on the lower frequency. That's like the frequency that really the acoustic bass shines. So it's notched at 40 or
60.
Yeah, it's not just 40 hertz. Whereas most bass preamp pedals would be like anywhere between 60 and 100 hertz. Right. So this is at 40 hertz. It gets those deep lows to really pass through, like that pass through really well. A lot of air. The mids go up to the mids. Actually, it's a shift that you can go up to 2.5K, so you can get that upper end attack without like the clackiness. Of course, there is a filter on here that you can kind of like notch, or you can have a high pass filter. You can select between the two. Personally, I like the high pass on the XLR because you get that high end attack, and kind of like you know, setting the filter back a little bit to like the point where it's not going to feed back with the ultra lows, but you want some mid-range information to come through. And of course, treble knob, that's going to be at 10 kilohertz, which is, you know, a good amount of top end. Again, I have it dialed back in here because, you know, the characteristics, since we don't have an upright bass here, we do have this.
This is my personal Taylor.
Taylor
I love
GS Mini Bass.
Love it.
So what we could try to replicate, actually those things do a really good job just with the pickup alone, replicating some really great upright sort of sounds. And then from there, you know, you got the two channels. This I would like to use, you know, I would use this predominantly for the XLR, so the microphone that's picking up, and then the A channel, which is toggleable, which would be like the electric signal, so, you know, the piezo pickup here. So let's hear it. Let's hear how it sounds real quick.
Unmute us.
Volume I'm turning down. So right now, hear that feedback coming through as I'm pulling it up. So I'm actually going to pull out some of the mids. I think it's a really great sound in the room. I got the bass kind of kicking. Woo! That feels good. Right about there. I'm not sure if you can see it. My big dumb hands are in the way or not. But it's right here. So what we got going on, I've got the high pass filter engaged here, and I'm actually gonna switch over to the notched sound, and you could hear like the notch mid range. Hear like, let's dial the gain back a little bit on the top one. It's really pushing. There it is. There, yeah. Whatever you're doing actually sounds kind of like an upright.
Yeah.
I'll switch back to the high pass filter. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn down the B channel really quickly. I'm not sure if there's a tight shot on the pedal itself, just to make sure what people are seeing. But we've got I've got the A channel, which is just the piezo pickup. Now I'm gonna dial that down. Keep playing, Jody. So that obviously nothing's coming through. Now we're just gonna hear what sort of tonal shaping I did with just the microphone pickup or microphone going. So you can hear a lot of highs, a lot of mid-range. I'm pulling the mids out just a little bit. I'm gonna pull the treble up. Nice attack and clarity out of that. So that's just to kind of get the top end snap. And now let's bring in the piezo again. Woo! Woo! Who indeed? You'll notice down here, if there's phasing issues between the two channels, you can actually invert the phasing. I'm gonna leave that alone. Also, upright players are really familiar with the type of pickup, the Electret pickup system. If it requires power, this actually can provide power to that. I'm not gonna engage that. That's why there's a caution sign there, like, don't turn me on, don't turn the switch.
Unless you have that specific pickup for your upright.
It's gonna pop, like pop.
Do not touch that button.
Don't touch that button. Don't touch that dial. Button. And then I've also got the filter. I've had it pretty much turned off because I have it set to notch. But let's see what happens. I'm going to turn it down a little bit just to be safe. When I hit the high pass filter on the bottom, that actually sounds incredible. What happens when you pick a little closer to the neck? When you
pick up here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, even
more bass.
Nice little thing there, Mark.
Yeah, little trick. I feel like I need a martini. Oh, hey, good to see ya. Try the shrimp. This is a classy riff.
I just made it up on the fly. Don't steal it.
Don't steal it.
Don't steal it.
Don't steal it.
I'm sure it was stolen from someone else. Yeah, I mean, this thing sounds, man, it's so, like, I mean, this is no slouch from the Taylor, right? Like, decent bass, but this is not, I mean, I think I paid, $400 or $500 for this thing used. It's not like crazy, outrageous priced instrument, but sounds so good.
It's definitely designed to be like used with a pickup for sure, or with this. I mean, now you actually have the capability in the studio, especially.
What this thing is doing to bring this thing such to life is pretty spectacular.
Great studio tool. So of course you'll notice that there's an A plus B switch here. If you want to, right now I have it pushed in, so the A and B channels we're just going to blend by using the gain knobs by turning them up and down. Okay. If you want to toggle between two instruments or two different sounds, like sometimes you want to get like some songs are going to require more of a top end sort of EQing. If you want to switch between them, you flip this switch here, and then you'll notice that it switches to red. Yeah, so the A and B, it turns it off when you push it. Now we're in the B. And now I have the A turned all the way down. So watch, I'll turn it to A. Now you can turn it back in right there. You turn it up. So I like, if you're in a sort of fixed position, or if you have two pickups or whatever on the bass, I think the best option, like if you're sitting down like Jody is right now, or if you're going to be in one spot and not moving around a whole bunch, then having A and B simultaneously is probably the way to go. If you do move around a whole lot, then I would obviously go and have toggling between A and B. Yeah. It's got a speaker sim on the back, which you'll hear that through the XLR, which we don't have this plugged in for the moment, but it's fixed. It's on there. It's a great sounding sound. That the folks over at EBS put together. Also a ground lift, since it is a DI pedal as well. The ground lift, if you get that interference and stuff, you push that, kind of gets it away. It's got an effects loop, tuner out. Then the effects loop, you can have it running in series or parallel, which by switching this here, you can actually have the parallel switch going, which we don't have this going as an effects loop. We don't have any effects in the chain, so we're not utilizing that now, but definitely incredibly versatile pedal with, and it's, again, I can't emphasize this enough. while it was designed with uprights in mind, it's not something that you would exclusively use on an upright bass.
Right.
So-
And then it's also got a headphone input and a aux input too, if you were playing like MP3 player or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, and just to mention that it also comes with its own power supply.
Yeah.
And obviously manual stuff like that. And the manual is very informative, a lot of information there.
Right.
And then steel construction, solid. You know, you're not going to break it. It's
Yeah.
It's a serious.
So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to unplug this really quickly, and so we can actually switch to the other EBS pedal that
Yeah.
we've got going on. You can probably grab the bass.
Do you want to give this pedal away?
Frick yeah, I do.
So
Glad you mentioned it. I'm going to pull this out really quick, Bear, just so you know. Boop, popping that out.
bloop, bloop. Take
Bloopity
that,
poop.
I'll hold this.
Scoopity poop on the fruit doop bloop.
So we're giving away this EBS Stanley Clark pedal.
hot,
this
hot
is-
dang,
It's getting spicy in here.
hot dang,
We're liking it, liking it.
hot dang.
So
While you do that, I'm going to move this stuff out of the way. You tell that whole story.
all right. Careful with that 47.
Oh, whoo, there it goes.
Put it there.
I do not have any business working in a studio. I'm like Bam Bam, moving shit around. I'm actually going to just take this out of the way.
Okay,
You take
cool,
that
do
guy.
that.
But yeah, tell the story about how we can win that.
If you
pedal.
want some EBS, if you're interested in the Stanley Clark pedal, which sounds awesome, I don't know why you wouldn't be, we're going to need you to go over to EBS Sweden, I think it's EBS Sweden Official, Instagram, like those guys. We're going to need you to go like Bass Magazine's Instagram page, the Bass Nerds Instagram
The
page.
Bass Nerds.
And then I think there is a post. If
No.
it's- no?
It's just simply like EBS on Facebook and Instagram.
There you go.
Yeah, no posts, no fuss, just nice and simple. Again, with all of the stuff that we're giving away, it's open to international. If you live outside the U.S., you got to pay for shipping and the import
I want to
fees.
switch the bass too.
Yeah, let's switch the bass. Actually, I'm going to grab this Rickenbacker,
Oh, are you?
another vintage bass, because I like Ricks. Let's hear how this sounds with my Rickenbacker.
And again, as we're giving this stuff away, if you go on the bassmagazine.com and go to the Bass Bash page that's on there.
You know, we'll switch
there'll be-
spaces too. My neck's going to block that.
Sure. Go on that bassmagazine.com and you will find all the information on how you can enter to win all of these things. So, how are we looking on this? We got a nice little picture on this micro bass here.
Yeah.
All right. We are muted. All right. Yeah, I just want to turn all of this master down.
Did I do it wrong? Did I put the wrong cables in the wrong spots? Did I do that, you frickin' dope?
No, you're good.
I'm good. Well, I'm good. What's happening? There we go.
No, I had you muted here.
He had me muted. Oh, I'm such a dork. What a freaking bahonkus I am.
So, first cool feature. Give me an open A, Mark. You're a little.
Oh, I'm a little
you're
low.
out of tune
Oh,
there.
there's a tuner on there.
There's a tuner. So when you're in mute, you're automatically the tuner is activated. So this is the Micro Bass 3.
Sure.
Again, I'm sure Mark, as I am, is quite familiar with the Micro Bass pedals. I've been selling these things for years, back in my old days of working in music stores. This is just take your tone anywhere kind of pedal. Obviously it looks similar to the Stanley Clark pedal, kind of a similar looking package, but definitely got some different features. So just quickly, we've got our master.
Man, it's actually a chromatic tuner.
Yeah,
Give me a little flat cymbal.
you've got your master volume, right? Blending between the two channels. This is your gain channel here, your drive channel. All the black knobs are going to control your drive channel. And then are you good, Mark? Let's unmute you. I like it. typical EQ layout, you know, you've got your mid-frequency boost and cut. You can select which frequency you want to boost or cut. Personally, I'm kind of a reductive guy, so I kind of find the most annoying frequency, cut it out of there, kind of clean up your sound a little bit. On your gain, you've got tone knob. But we don't have the drive engaged just yet. Drive is going to be how much overdrive, distortion, gain you want out of your pedal. Then your clean side here, you've got a comp, and you can see it's lighting up pretty aggressively right now because I turned it up. And it's going to balance your kind of input-output levels. Then, again, typical EQ, we got bass.
Ooh, there it is.
Typical Mark. I'm going to dial back that comp just a little bit. Again, mid-frequency, boost, cut. You can find your frequency, and then, so frankly, what I like to do, turn that mid all the way up.
Ah!
Find the most annoying frequency. I don't like that. So then I dial it back a little bit, gives you scoop in your mids just a little bit there, getting rid of that gnarly mid frequency I don't like. Treble, we all know what a treble knob does.
There
right?
it is.
You'll get a little bit more, like, get that pick sound in there, right?
There it is.
Got the gain input there. And then you've got a couple switches down here. Your bypass is going to bypass your EQ. Character switch is just going to completely change the tone of your signal. I kind of like it there. And then if you want to brighten it up, right? So now, I'm going to turn the drive channel on.
Yeah!
So what you'll notice here, if I turn this blend all the way up, it essentially turns it into two, you know, you can bounce back and forth between each channel. Clean channel. Trying to find a level balance there, right? But I dial it back a little bit. You're getting a mix of both of the channels. But let's listen to the overdrive. So I'm going to turn this up to 100%. Again, find that frequency.
Oh! Oh, right, that was the tone. Go back to wherever that was.
You want that there?
Right there. Woo! Crank it, crank it, crank it. Let's get the feedback. Let's get that
here we
fucking
go.
feedback up. Yes!
This guy.
Where are we with the drive? Let's crank that fucking drive up. Wow!
Wait. Now, try it now.
Yeah, man. Yeah! Whatever you just did, I love that.
That was the gain switch.
I'm a bad player. Very doomy. You are bewitched.
Mark loves the Doom.
I do love Doom. I'm a doomy guy with
you
the
know,
skull ring.
So I'm 100% on this drive channel, just in the mid frequencies. You've got a gain high-low switch here.
Ooh.
Obviously, high is more gain. Then you've got a type switch. Thin, gonna take out some lows. Middle is bypass. And then when you're on the deep, you're gonna boost that low end, right?
saturated and super loud and fucking
Well,
bassy.
so its gain is all the way up right now.
Yeah, turn it up.
Turn it up.
I fucking love it! I love this pedal!
Sounds massive, massive, massive.
Wink!
Well, let's turn it dry.
Yeah, let's turn it down a little bit. Man, that's awesome. So, I'm going to have a hard time suggesting this, but
What's
do
that?
you want to give this pedal away? Because it fucking rips!
Man, I hope my wife is watching so she can apply and try and win this pedal.
Yeah, okay. How do we win this one? Same thing?
Same thing,
Yeah.
EBS. You're going to have to like their IG and their Facebook. You're going to have to like the Bass Nerds IG. You're going to have to like Bass Magazine Online IG. And that's it, right? No
Yeah.
special requirements outside of that.
No?
Sorry, guys. I know, camera guys, I keep moving this pedal. Again, similar kind of layout to the Stanley. You've got, DIs on it. You got an effects return, send and return, an auxiliary in, headphone, all that stuff. Comes with the power supply. I don't know where I'm looking. Maybe I'll look over here. Yeah. Comes with the power supply. All those things. Really, well-built stuff. And again, I've been selling these pedals for a very long time.
Same
I don't think
here.
I ever had one come back returned or damaged, or like didn't work or anything like that. It's, really well-built stuff, made in Sweden. So yeah.
Why do we do that as Americans, by the way? Why do we do that? Every time you hear a country, you immediately default to like making fun of the way they talk. Like, can you speak 2 languages? I can't speak 2 languages.
Listen, I don't know. I get that like it happens when when I'm working with my Hispanic crews, sometimes like my
Nope.
things change a little bit. I'm sorry, guys.
Nope,
I
not
can't
cool.
do it.
I
don't
do
know
it with
what
my
is.
German colleagues all the time because you hear that all the time, but it's not cool. Stop doing it.
I'm gonna try.
Stop doing it. I'm gonna stop doing it. We'll set the standard now. Let's stop doing it.
All right. Well, so now we're gonna switch over to some other talk about some doomy pedals.
You know I like the doom. All right.
Oh man. So that's muted. We're good there. I'm
Yep.
gonna unplug this stuff, guys.
Let's give me this guy here.
Give me
I'll
that.
take this guy.
So this
We put-
pedal has just been released, right?
Yep.
You may have seen like a little 1-minute clip on the Instagrams
Yeah.
about this.
Doing
This
a little
pedal,
switcheroonie.
What are we doing here? You want to go back over there, or you want to?
Yeah, I'll go back over there. I'll hang out over there. Actually,
Nice
you
one.
hang out over there.
I'm
I'll
gonna
hang out over here. Yeah.
Okay.
You go there. I'll go here.
What
We go
bass
there.
are we gonna use? We're gonna use the grabber again.
You know what? Let's do. Let's go back to the Rick. Why not?
Back to the Rick. All right.
I think the grabber's having output issues right now. I need to get that output jack fixed. I'm sorry. Okay, we haven't been gigging. I've been playing it. I've been playing my Sandbergs. Okay.
Well, yeah. So like that reminds
got it.
me.
It's you.
Oh, okay. Call back to Civil, CIVL.
Yeah.
Please make a donation. We'd really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And
I want to play music soon. I mean, like when it's appropriate,
so I'm actually really surprised right now that Mark put the bass in my hands because he really loves this pedal.
I do. I'm quite thrilled about it. So I'll talk about it a
Yeah,
little bit.
talk about it,
So
Mark.
newest release from Solid Gold Effects. This is the Imperial MK2, and it's beautifully designed and inspired by one of those old jumbo fuzzes. Have you ever played one of those before?
Not that I can recall, honestly.
Okay.
If I'm being honest.
Yeah. So the Gen jumbo fuzz is just very explosive. It's a muff style fuzz for sure. It's of course, like this has a muff style with the solid gold effects filter. That's sort of their characteristic. So it's kind of blending the old and the new, which it's a common theme. That's for sure. But you get a lot of clarity and response coming out of the solid gold effects JFET preamp. Which is really awesome. It has a dynamic noise gate. It's built in, so if you notice, if you turn the fuzz down, there's not a lot of signal that's pushing it, and then you'll hear a nice separated attack. And then as you dial it back up, you hear like this big explosive sound. But the beauty of having the noise gate on there is there's no noise floor.
Yeah,
so like when you stop playing, you don't hear that.
Yeah, it was that. I mean, I think that is like this huge feature in this thing because obviously we're so used to hearing such of that static buzz coming through, especially high input. I got the amp on mute right
Yeah,
now.
I'm gonna switch you. You were in Rico sound. Common Rickenbacker mistake.
Oh yeah, my bad, guys.
Noob.
My bad. Yeah, that noise gate I think is like a huge feature on this. Makes it manageable when you have such high saturation.
Yeah. Dialing into going into the settings, we got volume, which is just volume. It's boost and cut. You'll feel like kind of where it is. You're boosting the signal, you're cutting the signal. Pretty straightforward. Then you got your tone, which is you got darker tones as you dial it down, brighter tones as you dial it up. Again, pretty straightforward, and it's with these beautiful fader.
Love it.
I love it. It's so classy, and it reminds me of the Jan pedal, but it also reminds me of like the old Sun. Amps and stuff like that. Like the aesthetic is pretty awesome.
300T.
Oh yeah, the Coliseum, the beta bass. Ain't no beta about that. I'll tell you what, dude. I ain't no fucking beta, man. Sorry.
Why do we do that, Mark?
No. That's legit. Because fuck those guys. Anyway, contour. You got basically a mid-range. You're controlling the mid-range frequency with the high pass filter on there. And of course, as you push that up, it's going to accentuate the mids. As you push it down, it's going to scoop the mids out like a fucking scoop of ice cream. Y'all know I like the ice cream that Haagen-Dazs with the fucking vanilla with the Swiss chocolate covered almonds. Oh,
I love me a chocolate covered almond.
Anyway,
it's like healthy.
I don't know why
right?
I made
'Cause
an
you're
ice
eating
cream
almonds.
reference. What?
Almonds, it's like you're eating healthy, right? That's the excuse.
Yeah,
Covered in
exactly. Oh,
chocolate?
it's got almonds. It's good. It's good for you. And then lastly, you have the fuzz again, which is more or less fuzz. So let's.
The answer is always more, right?
More, not all the time. I like sometimes you can get sort of like a synthy, sort of like square wavy kind of sound.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
If you dial the fuzz down a little bit.
Yeah, I think I like that gate starts to cut in.
Because you don't have a lot of signal pushing at the gate. So let's hear it. Let's go
do
mute.
it.
Let's hear it clean first, bypassed. And I'm going to turn the volume down. I turned it down. Fuck yeah. Keep playing. Let's dive in. Watch my fingies. Watch my fingies. Here we go. I'm gonna. I love you. This is metal. This is I love you. Stop doing the I love you when you mean metal, Dad. Dude. Oops. Ah. Hear how it's like separating
Oh yeah, that's that kind of
that gate. So sick.
So like really dynamic. If I'm just kind of like laying back,
Yeah. Awesome, man. So that's the Imperial MK2 in a nutshell. You know, I was moving the faders up and down to kind of get different sounds out of it. I think this pedal, I mean, it's awesome. It's a great fuzz, great to have in the arsenal. A lot of tone sculptability there. You know, do yourself a favor when you have the opportunity to try something like this out. If you have the opportunity to go to an actual store and try these things out, do it. Do yourself a favor. Treat yourself. Explore, like tweak the sounds and find what works well for you. And Jody and I have the luxury for a long time of having access to this stuff that we know like how to kind of basically find like a good sound that works for us. Right. And you play according to the sound. Like it's an extension. It's like its own instrument.
Yeah, it inspires your playing.
Yeah.
Right. You know.
Your
definitely
playing
like
style.
I'm not necessarily much of a doomy metal player, but that brings it out of me. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, pretty straightforward, very user-friendly, very, you know, high-functioning, lots of cool stuff here. And again, just came out, so really thankful to Solid Gold for sending that out to us.
Hail, yeah.
And then now I think we're going to switch over.
Keep it on. Yeah, just go ahead and mute that real quick.
Yeah, I'm going to mute that. Mark's going to get another pedal here.
We're going to use our BX2 pedal jumper.
Oh, AccuSound.
AccuSound.
No, you didn't.
Are we giving this away? I think we are. We already told you.
Did you follow those pages? I don't know.
I don't know. Did you do it?
So, yeah, we're
no,
muted.
Eddie. Did you do it? What are you doing to me?
So this is the Oblivion by Solid Gold. This is not
the Oblivion.
Not your typical flanger. There is a lot of really cool features on this pedal.
This ain't your daddy's flanger, is what he's
No,
saying.
It's not.
I have that written on the cue card to make sure I actually say
Cue
that.
cards. We're not using cue cards. This is all off the dome. So yeah, I mean, we've been friends with Solid Gold for a long time. They had that. What was that pedal? That I can't remember the name of
the
it.
Beta.
The Beta pedal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing is killer.
Interesting that you mentioned the Beta. We'll get there in a second. Fucking Beta, dude.
I'm not a Beta. So Oblivion. This is a really cool flanger pedal with a lot of, I think, features that are kind of unique to this pedal that you don't find in a lot of other pedals. So you want to talk through it a little bit?
Yeah. So you know, with flanger pedals, it's important just to have a really good like speed, ramp, range, and regeneration and stuff. That's like what you'll find out of your classic sort of flanger pedals, which this can certainly do. But this really shines because it's got 3 distinct flanging modes, which you don't find out of out of your average flanger.
Separate flanger pedals to do that.
I mean, there's a ton of total options with this thing. I mean, like it's really like it's pretty unique. That's for sure. There's a lot of really cool sounds. I mean, like you get the airplane sort of jet sound. Of course, you get like these like crazy like delay, like it swirls on the delay. Like
right. There's some like really neat feedback features on it too.
Yeah.
I think it's the regen knob.
Yeah.
Yeah, the regen knob has got some really cool like flanger feedbacks that are kind of fun. I mean, you can almost use it as like a noise pedal. In addition to a flanger, like if you're one of those noise people who like to just make a lot of weird noise.
Like me.
Like that guy.
So diving into the knobs, you've got speed, of course, you've got your range, you've got your ramp, you got your regeneration, you got your blend, so you can blend in the clean or the wet sounds, and then you got the level as well. So below, you'll see all these crazy mini like toggle switches, right? So you've got the wave, right? The wave switch down here. When you push the wave to the left, it's like a bell curve, right?
Right.
When it's in the center position, you got like the sine sort of wave format, like
your
as opposed to of the bell, you get instead of right? Makes sense. Yeah. And then to the right, you get the sawtooth, like sort of like kind of synthy sort of sound.
That's kind of my flavor.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And then the next you'll have. Basically, the note that you'll have accentuated, like the length of the note. To the left, you've got your whole notes. To the center, you've got half notes. To the right, you've got quarter notes in terms of the speed. It's also tap tempo, which is important to point out.
But that's in relation to that that switch you just mentioned. Because,
exactly.
I mean, for me, I think I would always be on like quarter notes, right? That's like
same
the most
here.
common. But if you want to, like I said, make some weird noises, maybe you want some giant flanger waves there. You know?
Right. Then you've got the flange switch. Again, it's 3 flanges in one. To the left, you've got the classic sort of flange. To the center position, you have the biflange. The biflange. So you get swirling 2 delay lines, basically. It's like swirls between the 2. Exactly. Right. So it's like.
They wouldn't have understood unless you did that, Mark.
I don't know why I'm doing this thing. Anyway, and then to the right, you've got quad flange, which is swirling 4 delay lines. It's just like
making a lot of noise there.
It's like this. You know, if I could like make my body do it, it would be like this.
He did it.
Wait. I'm gonna go out with my leg, in with my legs, and out with my head. I can't do it. It's like doing this, you know. Right. Anyway, lot of sounds, and then finally, my favorite part about this pedal. I mean, there's a lot, but one of my favorite sounds is the degrade. It basically, as you kick that on, it gives it more of a lo-fi sound, and I'm a lo-fi junkie.
Yeah.
There you go. Awesome. Let's hear it.
Let's hear it.
Shut up, Mark. Let's hear it.
I'm like unmute.
Okay.
Turn my volumes up. Should I roll these tones up or leave
I would
them?
roll the tones in the middle. Yeah. I'm turning the fuzz off.
Ooh.
Classic right there. There's the classic sound.
Get rid of my pick for a second.
And you said you like to favor the quarter notes?
Yeah, for sure.
So, another cool thing about this, you of course tap tempo, keep playing. Cool thing is, when you hold the tap tempo down, watch what happens, ready?
Turn them ramps up.
Yeah.
So what's cool about this is that ramp, where you adjust this, if you bring it past 12 o'clock, when he holds this pedal down,
play it.
It speeds up, right? But it's like natural, like a Leslie, you know?
Yeah, slowing down. Faster as I got the ramp all the way up. Watch.
It's gone.
Like kind of a clavy sound. So I just switched from the classic to the biflange, so we got this going on.
2 flangers.
Ooh! I'm gonna actually put on the degrade. Woo! Let's turn on the lo-fi. Or, I'm sorry, let's do the sawtooth.
What?
Uh-oh, here we go. let's switch. I want to fuck around with this really quickly. So obviously we put on the Imperial and the Oblivion together. I want you to tweak some knobs and stuff.
I'm gonna tweak some knobs.
Daddy's gonna have fun. Daddy's gonna have fun.
Daddy's gonna. All right. So like, I guess I'll stand up. Let's get a good tone out of the Imperial here.
Yeah.
I really love the ramp knob.
That was sick, dude. That's
Yeah.
sick. They work really, really well together, man. I'm digging it.
Yeah, I mean, as you can hear, like, you know, a lot of flangers, it's like amount and speed, right? Maybe you get to adjust the, you know, frequency or the, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the range of the flanger, but like,
Right.
you're getting a lot of flange out of one pedal here.
You know, I want to hear what a more modern bass will sound like with this one. I'm gonna go ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna step out real quick. I feel like this is gonna fall.
Whoop. I'm bad.
Don't
at
need
that.
any more
I'm a bad
dings
boy.
in the
Where is it?
Rick.
There you are.
So Mark is grabbing a new Court bass that we just did a little demo on. I don't know if it played in the intro or where
yeah,
it played.
it's going after the commercial
Afterwards.
break.
Okay, so Mark and I sat down and did a little video on this that'll play a little later. But this is the Court Artisan C5, really cool bass.
OMVH.
OMVH.
Let's hear it.
All right. So I'm gonna bypass again.
Very synthy. The bridge pickup engaged to really kind of point it, you know?
Yeah.
This sounds awesome. Awesome with the modern bass, awesome with the Rickenbacker.
There's also an expression. You can hook an expression pedal up to it and get some more control that way if you're in the middle of playing and then you want to use your foot instead.
Yeah, usually speed or ramp is controlled. I think it's got dip switches too when you take off the back to control that. All right. So let's move on. We
got one more from Solid
from
Gold.
Solid Gold. We can talk about it real
Hold
quick.
on, let me mute it, Mark.
I know I haven't taken it. I've learned my lesson almost. I'm gonna fuck up again later, I'm sure.
Well, let's keep the Oblivion here.
Yeah.
And well, here we'll do like this.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
the camera angle is right. Hand me that.
We're switching it out. So this next pedal is the Beta bass pedal. This is the MK2. It really does that Motown sort of sound. That's kind of what they're going for. That sort of classic. Again, like flip tops and shit like that, like saturation, kind of like what Bergantino's doing, but with a bit more saturation with low end and stuff like that. So people from Top Bass, by the way, thanks for the shout out. We really appreciate that. They're actually giving a shout out to GK.
Hey,
that's right, Forrest Gallion.
Maybe we got some GK stuff we're going to show you later.
Maybe. We know we do. It's on the banner.
Oh, there you go. Well, they know.
Well, there you go. They know. But anyway, the Beta pedal from Solid Gold. Let's hear what this sounds like by it.
You want to unmute
itself.
yourself real quick?
Yep,
I'm going
I
to
do.
turn the gain all the way down and the volume all the way down.
I'm going to do a classic sort of riff. Ready?
Riff it. Hey, that's my riff. So, I got the volume all the way down, and we'll turn it up from there. The whole character has changed. So there's a mode switch here, low gain, high gain.
That sounds sick.
Play a little more, play soft and then hard. I want to kind of hear like the dynamic range. So like we're on like a lower gain setting right now.
I don't even know what to play.
Just like, yeah. Now really like dig in hard. So you see it's like starting to break up there, kind of similar to the drive knob on the Bergantino, you know, like as you dig in it starts to break up and, you know, got that kind of natural, organic, kind of tube preamp sound, even though it's there's no tube in it, but very dynamic range. And then if you want to go hard, go ham, flip that switch, whoa! You're in turbo, right? Nice.
It up. Sorry, Dusty.
So, I mean, this is a great pedal, right, Mark?
Yeah. It's so great. Guess what?
Are we going to give it away?
We're going to give it away.
All right. So, great pedal, nice little package, lots of options there. If you want that subtle overdrive, or you want that
Fucking mean,
you
man.
mean this
Mean machine.
Solid Gold
yeah.
effects. How can they win this bass? This
You're going to
pedal?
follow Solid Gold FX. You're going to follow the Bass Nerds podcast, both on Instagram. And you're going to follow Bass Magazine on
Online.
Instagram. And all of these rules are going to be on the Bass Bash landing page on our website, and also the Bass Bash Facebook page that we have here, just so you can go and see all the giveaways that we're doing throughout this whole thing. You can see how to enter. And by the way, it's important to mention that all of these are going to be going for 2 weeks.
Yeah, so you know, if you missed it today, or you got a buddy, or you want to get your
If you're just waking up right now,
significant other to also get in on the potential of winning some cool stuff, They've got 2 weeks to do it,
That's right.
and at the end of 2 weeks, a random winner will be. Also, I think it's extremely important to note that.
Somebody left their phone on because I heard the ding.
No, it's actually my computer ding.
Oh, actually, it's my
my computer
computer.
ding. Multiple entries will not increase your chances.
Yes,
people.
don't do it. Don't be a dick and overpost. Like if there's one where you have to comment, like in some of the other giveaways, don't be a dick and like keep commenting more and more friends thinking it's going to increase
in
chance.
fact,
It's just going to piss people off and you're disqualified.
And yeah, you might just get blocked.
You
I've
might
had to
just get blocked.
Block some people in the past. So
You're not welcome in this Chili's anymore.
And again, just to reiterate, outside of U.S. would have to pay custom fees and their own shipping costs. But
Right.
I mean, if you're getting the pedal free, small price to pay.
Right.
So
I
yeah,
think that's a good. I think we've covered a lot of ground here. I think this is the perfect time for us to take a quick break
break. I
to
need
hear
to take
from
a
our
pee.
sponsors, so I can pee, and you won't hear it through my microphone unless you want to.
That's on his OnlyFans.
That's on my OnlyFans. It's yeah. What is it? Bass Dad.
Yeah, that
I don't have an
really-
OnlyFans. Nobody wants that. Please don't. Please
yeah,
don't look
so
for
we'll
it.
be back momentarily, and we got a lot more stuff to demo and to give away. We got some bases.
Yep.
A really special base.
A really special bass.
And
We're
some-
giving away a bass.
and,
Not telling you which one, but you probably know because we've been
Because
making cheddar.
if you follow our IG, you already know what base is going away because we've promoted about it.
That's right.
And some amps and some pedals.
And pedals.
And yeah, all right, we'll be back.
Here's a word from our sponsors, including Jody's beautiful demo video of this Cort Artisan C5 Plus OMVH Oven Call Mahogany. Check it out.
Thanks. What's up, everybody? It's Jody with the Bass Nerds, and on behalf of Bass Magazine, I'm going to be demoing this Cort Artisan C5 Plus OVMH bass today. The OVMH stands for Oven Call. That's what you have on your wings of on the top of the bass here. You've got walnut stringers in here between the center block, which is maple. The back of the bass, the wings are mahogany. Then you've got a hard rock maple neck. You'll notice this is in an antique ground burst finish with the matching headstock. 24 fret, 34-inch scale. And then our electronics, we have the Bartolini MK1 pickups. And then you have the Mark Bass MB1 preamp. This bass is active and passive. Before I jump into the preamp, I want to go over the Metalcraft M Bridge. This is a high mass bridge, and what's kind of unique about it is you have dual. You can string your bass two different ways. You can go through the body, or you can string it through the back of the bass here too. 18 millimeter string spacing, and then let's go through the preamp here. So 5-knob configuration with a switch. You've got volume. Pickup select, there's a middle notch in it, so front and back. Then the switch here is your active passive switch. What I think is kind of cool and unique is it's a 3-band boost and cut preamp. I like that they put the bass knob in the front. Then you've got mid and treble. And yeah, you got a lot of contour to the body. It's a very easy playing bass, or very comfortable ergonomic bass. I like this little belly tummy cut here, arm cut. And yeah, so I'm just going to go through a bunch of different playing styles and settings to see what this bass sounds like. I'm going to be going through one of the new GK Fusion combos. This combo has a tube preamp in it. And right now I've got everything set flat on the combo. And we're just going to go through a bunch of things and see what this thing sounds like. let's see what kind of slap tones we can get out of this bass. I'm going to start at the bridge, passive. Both pickups. Neck. Cool. So now you're getting some really great tones out of this in completely passive mode. Obviously, Bartolini makes a really great pickup. And so now I'm going to turn on the preamp and kind of see what that does to our tone. I think I'll boost the low end just a hair. I'm going to leave the mid flat, and I'm going to boost the high end, get a little more clarity, a little poppiness out of it, and we'll see how that changes our tone. Here we go. Neck pickup. Sounds super fat, a lot of clarity, a lot of definition, a lot of low end, a lot of bottom, a lot of body. I would probably attribute that to the wood combination here. So let's keep going, see what else we can do. I think I'm going to boost my mids a little bit now, see what that does for us. Really bright, lots of clarity, lots of definition. Let's go with both pickups. I imagine this is going to warm it up a little bit. Sound nice, really modern, aggressive tone. Let's go to the neck pick. Bridge pickup with a pick. Pickups. Neck pickup. Alright everyone, so hopefully now you've got a little better idea of what the Cort Artisan C5 Plus bass sounds like, some of the features, how it plays. This bass, MSRP at $799 and street at $499. That's a lot of bass for $499. A couple things I didn't mention, you do have your easy battery access here, I think is huge. And then neck adjustment is here at the headstock. They come in 4 and 5 strings, and they also make this model in what they call the ZBMH with a zebra wood top. If you want a different wood configuration. So yeah, check out Cort's website. Be sure to like and subscribe to Bass Magazine and the Bass Nerds. And hope you like what you saw and what you heard. Thanks so much.
Hi, this is Tim Storace from Tech 21, and today I'm going to show you the Geddy Lee DI2112 Signature SansAmp. We have 2 independent channels, each with their own XLR and 1/4-inch output, and each with their own independent level that you can blend as you want. either to 2 separate power amps or 2 amplifiers. So it's basically the same DNA that's in the GED 2112 rack mount. The same signal pass, the same ability to separate the channels, but with the added coolness from the YYZ pedal with the tight switch, which removes some lower frequencies from the drive channel and tightens things up. You know, gives you more attack, a little bit more brilliance, sizzle, sparkle, you know, and really becomes apparent when you're really digging in. So let me run over how it sounds, okay? Now, if I pull out the deep channel, you'll hear just the drive channel. Now, it's still a full frequency channel, but if I engage the tight switch, it takes out some more lows from that. You can hear the difference when we do that. Now, let's do just the deep channel. Clean, tight lows with its own saturation, you know, add a little character to that. Okay, so here's the basic layout of the pedal. It's divided into 2 sections. You have a deep section with its own individual level and own XLR or 1/4 inch output. There's a level control for that and a saturation control. Now we have the drive section, which has its own dedicated XLR as well as a 1/4 inch out, level control, blend control, mid-level, drive, treble, bass, and a mid shift, which goes from 170 hertz to 3000 hertz. There's a ground lift, there's a 20 dB pad for the XLR, a 10 dB boost for the 1/4 inch, of course, the tight switch that we went over earlier, and a mute switch. And then you have this blue LED which will flash while you play, letting you know that you're getting a signal coming out of the pedal. Like every Tech 21 Signature Series product, they're not just one-trick ponies. They can get anything that you need, from clean to dirty, everything in between, and it's just an extremely versatile product. And you know, let me run through a couple things for you. The DI-2112 uses an 18-volt power supply for increased headroom and can also be used with 2 9-volt batteries.
What if I told you the primary reason bass players cannot get their bass playing to the next level has got nothing to do with them finding more information? After all, you can find information from all over the internet, whether it's on YouTube, on Instagram, Facebook, or other online learning sites. And it's addictive, that next lick, that next bass line. But has all of that information actually made you a better player? The primary reason stopping so many bass players in their tracks is that they're completely overwhelmed and they just can't get the right information at the right time. The problem is online music education. What if instead of just more information, you had access to the right information at the right time, and you knew without a shadow of a doubt that what you were working on right now was exactly what you needed to move your bass playing to the next level? How much of that frustration and overwhelm would just completely disappear? SBL gives you a curated instructional path to follow, giving you the right information at the right time based on your specific level. For each skill level, we show you exactly what skills and techniques to focus on to make the fastest progress. You can actually measure your progress. It will jumpstart your learning. Our world-renowned course library featuring step-by-step courses from some of the best and most talented bass players and educators on the planet, so you can find the right course for the skill you want to develop. You can learn gospel from the likes of Andrew Goucher and Reggie Young, jazz from the likes of Gary Willis and Rufus Philpott, composition and bassline arranging with Michael League, metal with Adam Nolly Getgood and Dave Ellefson, R&B with the likes of Danny Moe Morris, ear training with Adam Neely, and over 200 curated hours of courses from the best bass players and educators on the planet. So whether you're looking to create grooves and bass lines, build your technique, solo and improvise like the pros, understand theory, scales and arpeggios, or discover session musician secrets, we will show you a personalised roadmap to get where you want to go. The SBL learning community is made up of bass players, musicians and music lovers. And bass education is what we do.
And we're back.
Hello. Maybe they just tuned in.
Maybe they just tuned in.
So, well, up to this point, we've given away 2 EBS pedals, some literature from Dr. Kurtz. We've given away cables, a beta pedal from Solid Gold Effects.
That's right.
And we've got
You mentioned the EBS?
I did.
Oh.
Both the EBS, the Stanley and the Microbase 3.
Before we dive into it, I just want to take a quick minute.
Okay.
I'm going to let you
What's
finish.
this? Okay.
Throwback, right? That's been outdone. I just wanted to give a special shout out to my Nana. Everyone give my Nana a special happy birthday. She is 90 today. Wow. She is full of energy. She is has more energy than I will ever have. She's amazing.
Nana.
She's a saint. Nana, I love you. Thank you so much for everything and all your support over the years. And happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Nana.
Say happy birthday, my Nana. Say happy birthday.
Put it in
my
the
Nana.
comments.
Sorry.
Do it. Okay, so we're back.
Okay, so anyway,
Nana.
giveaways.
Giveaways. We've given away a bunch of stuff, but I think that leads us into, didn't you used to work for a bass seller, retailer?
I
something
did.
like that?
I did. Chicago Music Exchange.
I'm not sure
You
I
might
ever
have heard
heard
of
of
them. In fact, they were one of our sponsors for this event.
What?
In fact, they actually had one of the pre-produced videos. Thank you. You're welcome, Ryan. I said pre-produced videos. One of the commercials is the last one before we jump back in after the intermission. They are giving away some excellent swag
Mystery bags.
We're going to call them mystery bags.
Yeah. I'm not going to show you what's inside because each one has different stuff. And we've got like 4 or 5. We've
Five
got
of them.
several of them.
There's 5 chances to win,
Yeah.
I guess.
So
Each bag is different. Each bag has different stuff in it. Some of them are going to have pedals and a bunch of picks and swag and cool stuff. Some of them are going to have awesome t-shirts too. It's a wide range of things. How to enter for this.
How would I enter?
You would go, well, first, just to make it easier, we have all the links and everything and all the rules for all the giveaways we're doing, especially this one. Chicago Music Exchange has some very specific things that they want you to do. You click on the link from our page, from our Bass Bash page or the event page. You find them, you click the links, you follow the rules and descriptions and stuff like that for your chance to win one of these awesome 5 swag bags. Thank you so much,
There's
CME.
only 4. One
Yeah.
of them disappeared.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm not getting in trouble for that. I don't work there anymore.
Awesome. So, swag bags. And now we're back, and you might have noticed that we have a new bass. We'll get into that in a little bit. We have a new amp sitting here. This is the Gallion Kruger Legacy 210 combo.
Yeah.
You're going to take that. Neo cabinet. I want to say that it was like a bucket list thing to talk to Bob Gallion the other day. Him and Forrest, that's his son.
Yeah.
I've been playing GK gear for many, many years.
Same
I
here,
had
man. The fucking 800 RB.
The 800, the classic 800 RB.
Yeah.
Everybody, the people love that. I had, I think it was the ML 200, 250. The little had 2 small speakers in it, little combo like this, built like a tank. And I mean, that thing looked like it fell off the back of a truck multiple times and just kept kicking. Yeah, Bob Gallion, what a nice guy. And maybe he's going to let us give away some stuff, but we'll talk about that in a minute. So we've got actually 2 GK combos that we're going to be demoing. This is the Legacy, and then we'll jump into the Fusion after this. But I just want to go over the big important thing Bob mentioned is setting your input level using your trim knob. Now, Bob recommends starting with the trim knob all the way up. And if you've got like maybe a super hot bass, you might have to dial it back. But when we were demoing it, we had that thing pegged because you want to drive the front of it pretty hard. But now, a thing that has confused me a little bit before we go any further, right now the amp is muted and on. When you shut the amp off, you still have this white light that's on at all times.
It's on set. It's always ready to party.
It's all ready to stand by. So that is off technically.
ABP, always be partying. That's what I say.
And you notice this AccuSound bass cable sitting here in the shot. That's pretty awesome. We gave some of those away.
Yeah, we did.
All right, so I'm going to turn this thing on, and then the lights turn blue. I have so Mark, can you play a little bit for us? Because I want to see if we're going to clip it all here. There's obviously no sound. Go active for me, and see, you're getting a little bit of clip there when he's active. So let's go back to passive. So I'm going to leave this trim knob all the way up because that's what Bob recommends. And then just going through the knobs here, you have your overdrive channel, drive, level, and edge. Your edge is going to be kind of a high frequency response to your overdrive channel. And you have your kind of standard 4-band EQ here, bass, low mid, high mid, treble, your master volume.
Oh, and we got a really great education from Bob himself with regard to like boost and cut and fix, and he's just all of that all that's meaningless when it comes to the design of their preamp section, which is awesome. Their EQ section rather.
Yeah, because he was describing as you're boosting some things, it's affecting other things. So there's no true flat, right, in any amp.
Right.
When everything's
exactly.
at 12. Not every amp sounds the same when you put it at 12, So we'll get into that EQ section. And then you also have switches here. Bump is going to be a low end bump. Contour is going to be going to like scoop your mids. And then presence going to give you some more high frequency clarity there. And then your master volume. And then obviously a mute switch. Another thing I wish I had a camera set up, but I don't right now, is the back panel of these combos have effects loops, outputs, inputs, auxiliary inputs, all kinds of stuff on the back of these combos. So these combos are 400 watts. They just released the extension cabinets for them, so it'll go up to 800 watts if you're using the extension cabinet. I had a really good time demoing these cabinets. They're really lightweight. They got the Neo speakers in them. They're specifically designed by Bob Gallion for these cabinets. And it's got kind of that like rhino liner on the cab itself, so really durable. It's not going to, like Tolex will rip and tear apart. This thing seems to be really durable.
Yeah. And it doesn't choke the sound either.
Right. Oops, I just hit our little tripod there.
Oopsie. We're still good. Boing, boing, boing.
Another thing I think that is really important to mention is that Bob was explaining that the internal build of the amp itself is used gold conductors, and there's no ribbons, I think, right? Everything's like direct solder.
Yeah.
So like it'll take years of wear and tear and tumbles and bumps and stuff like that. So you're gonna get some longevity out of the GK stuff for sure. And then there's just a couple lights here I forgot to mention. Obviously our clip light, we kind of went through that with our trim.
Real quick too, I'm sorry. The speakers, I think it's called the speaker, the winding on the motor. It's flat, correct?
Yes.
It's basically you get more wire out of it, and there's no gaps. There's no air gaps, so it's a much more efficient speaker. These speakers on all of the GK combos and cabs are going to be manufactured by Gallion Kruger, designed by Bob himself. And it's like my daddy used to say, if you want anything done right, do it your damn self. And Bob did.
Yeah, he was also mentioning that the the ribbons are wound in such a way that disperse heat better, and you won't overload your speaker, and the other things that Mark mentioned.
Yeah.
So just real quickly on these other lights here, we've got the standby, the power, obviously. OT is over temp if you're overheating it. We haven't come across that yet.
I don't know how you're going to do that.
And
I mean, these things are so powerful.
Too is another, like a cautionary light that something might not be quite right. But outside of that, this is all solid state. Really lightweight cabinets. They come in a 112 combo, a 115, a 210, 212, and a 410. So you got lots of options there. And I think it's also important to mention that these are the combos, but you can get these heads separately.
Exactly.
So if you just wanted the head or speaker cabinet, you can get, you can pick and choose what you really want. So I think that's kind of all the things. 210, 37 pounds. I think that's pretty great,
With the head in there too. I mean, like these giant ass ports on the side too. It moves a ton of air. This is a very, very unassuming combo.
Yeah,
the
you
reason
wouldn't
why
realize.
it's priced exactly where it needs to be, and it delivers. You could show up to most gigs with just this little bastard right here, and it sounds enormous.
Yeah, and then talking to Bob, he said the Legacy is kind of reminiscent of that 800 RB. So if you're a fan of that, you're definitely going to be a fan of this. So let's just go through. I'm gonna turn some knobs, flip some switches, maybe turn the overdrive on.
I'm gonna start in active mode.
All right.
I'm gonna do a little bit of slippity slap.
We're halfway through this thing. It's time to party, right? Is that what we're getting at here? All right. So it's muted. I'm gonna unmute and I'm gonna turn it up. Go ahead and start playing. Clipping just a hair. Again, EQ is set flat. What's relative for GK? Let's just see what the bump does. Obviously, putting some low-end booty in there, right? I'm gonna cut that off. Contour, you should scoop the mids. Definitely, right? So I've discovered, and I think a lot of people would agree, if you want to cut through a mix, the mid frequencies are the things you need to be adjusting,
Yeah,
right?
you want to cut through. Either you want a big fat sound, like for slap. If you, I
Right.
would, sometimes you want to scoop it out, but sometimes you want a little bit of bite out of it too. So
Right.
maybe push those mids back in there.
Yeah, that's what I found on stage. If I felt like I wasn't coming through as much as I wanted to, I would bring up like my low mids or my high mids, depending on the situation, and then all of a sudden, you start to cut through. You start to hear what
Right.
you're doing. You know, sometimes when you scoop those mids, it can be hard to be heard.
Our friends at Tech 21 actually gave us a good recommendation. Is just like slide way up there or up to the G, and if there's like a frequency that's like just kind of bugging you, you could just kind of pull it out, or if
Dial
it's not giving
back,
you enough
yeah.
presence, you pull it in.
Right. So that's keep playing for me. Do that same thing you were just doing.
Oh, you mean with the?
No, the riff. So contour, scoop mids, right? And then presence. Let me guess what this is gonna do. Bring out some of them brights.
I missed. I'm doing the riff wrong. Go ahead.
So we'll bring in that presence switch. See, you got a lot of high-end clarity, bite, really kind of modern sound, super fat. So now let's just kind of see what our. I mean, usually it's really bumping right now, and it still sounds very clean. Shut these off here.
Ooh.
Again, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, is that I'm kind of a reductive guy, so a lot of times I end up pulling out some of my mids that I find annoying. Don't stop. Keep going. So then I got high mid here. Mid, high mids, get that bark. So this would be a knob I would turn up if I felt like I needed to cut through a little bit more. I mean, I like that, right?
Yeah, man. It's very, very crispy. I have the treble turned all the way down.
So
on
I
this
got
thing.
the presence
Here,
knob
let's-
on.
I'm gonna turn the treble up. Ready?
Turn it up. I mean, imagine poppers are gonna love this. If you love the 800 RB, them gospel players love that.
I don't know if they like that. Ooh, I don't like that. That's too much. That's too much.
Ouch! Well, wait, leave it up. I'm gonna turn the presence knob down or
Yeah.
off switch.
Turn it
Go
off.
ahead, it's off.
That's a long
Bitey.
snap.
Now I know some players that would die for that tone right now. I mean, I know some guys that love to hurt you when they're
Yeah.
playing, and it really percussive, especially if you're slapping. All right, so let's level out the EQ, and let's bring in the overdrive channel. I'm gonna turn the drive up pretty hard. Turn it on. So the edge knob, I like that riff, does a lot to sculpt and contour the tone.
Woo. Let's turn both pickups on. That's real splitty. Let's turn that treble. Let's dial that treble back a little bit. I'm gonna turn the bass down a little bit on this. Actually, I'm gonna go passive. Let's hear what happens when I go passive. Do that.
Very kind of Geddy Lee bitey there, right?
Yeah.
Doing that. So, I mean, it's like, honestly, I feel like this setup is kind of similar to the Bergantino, where it's, easy plug and play, pretty straightforward. I mean, there's definitely a few more knobs and sculpting capabilities, I think, that over like the Berg head we demoed earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, like, you get some really heavy overdrive with it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Do we want to try another bass with it, or we want to move on to the Fusion? How are you feeling?
Let's move on to the Fusion, I think.
Okay, so I'm gonna swap out the combo here. Now you'll notice that the Fusion is just kind of an expands on the Legacy, if you
Yeah.
will. So why don't you give them a little teaser, and I'll swap this out real quick.
Yeah. You mean like talking teaser?
I'll tease them with your talking.
We're improvising
We're
most
improvising.
of this. Yeah, so again, I think this is a good opportunity actually to mention Civil. We mentioned it earlier in the broadcast and throughout here, but we cannot stress this enough. Civil is the Chicago independent Venue League. It's 14 independent venues across the city, and as you could tell, with COVID-19, with the pandemic, and just with other developments when it comes to real estate and stuff like that, the independent venues are disappearing, just like most independently owned businesses are disappearing. Well, with COVID, the live performing arts venues and just the industry itself, of course, came to a standstill. This is a direct action to benefit the workers, so they don't all, if they're all furloughed, they have some sort of income revenue stream. It supports the venues themselves, so they're not basically going to disappear. So when it comes time when this pandemic is under control, which there is a light at the end of the tunnel, these venues can hopefully stay open and sustain. When it's time to go, let's just jump in there. The best thing that you could do right now in the interim, since you can't necessarily go to them to watch live music, is to go to their website. That's Civil. It's CIVL, Chicago.com. There's places to donate. There's ways to share. There's more ways to get involved. If we don't have independent music venues, if we don't have music venues in general to go back to, then all of this is for naught. We got to keep them going, and since we're here in Chicago, we thought we'd love to sponsor them. So more information about Civil is going to be in our Bass Bash proper landing page, and of course the events page as well. Yeah, it's really, really important to support live music. So now that we've got the Fusion in place, I think this would be a good time to actually talk about again. Very, very similar. The drivers are going to be the same. A lot of the controls on there are going to be the same, or the thought process behind it. It's just the layout is a little bit different. And then also, we've got a tube preamp on there, which GK is definitely known for. Just like the Legacy, you want to have you want to turn the trim knob all the way up, master volume all the way down, find that right spot on there, when the light flashes, and then start plugging and playing and see what happens. So the tube section, you've got 3 12AX7 tubes. One of those tubes is actually dedicated to the overdrive channel on there. I've said this a lot in the broadcast, but it's all about getting that harmonic content out of it. It's got a pretty wide range on there as well. So some of the differences, I'm actually going to transition over. I'm going to hand Jody the bass really quickly.
Yeah, I just want to get this a little more sturdy.
Oh yeah, let me give you a hand there, buddy.
And then let me look at the thing.
Yeah.
Kind of crooked.
We're kind of crooked. We're trying to get the right angle on here, folks. It's important, so you can actually see what's going on.
Feel better?
I feel good. I feel good.
Feel good.
I feel
Okay.
confident in it.
Can you swap me ends of the plug, because it doesn't really like this.
Oh
way
yeah, that's smart.
over here.
That's smart.
So
we should do
can
that.
see the-
This is one of the right angle plugs, of course, with AccuSound, which is another one of our sponsors. Of course, we're giving some stuff away. Premium cables. They do right angle to straight. They do straight to straight. High quality components, of course. Also, something that's overlooked. You're going to get some popping out of it if you're not handling it properly. But notice how if you want to turn. I'm gonna see what happens actually. These have these like protective sleeves on there, so it's essentially as silent as can be coming in and out. So we've got it off mute.
So go ahead and play it a little bit.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm just gonna plug it in.
We're getting sound out of it.
There we go. So it's a little bit of a pop, but it's not that annoying like bonk. That's gonna make your engineers really crazy. It's designed with that in mind to not like overload your speakers or anything like that. So
take a drink.
Yeah, take a drink. You gotta hydrate to stay great. I think that's important. In fact, everybody take a quick hydration break. Get a glass of water. It's important. Okay, we're all stressed out. All right,
Wow,
so
Mark.
I'm gonna dive into it. I'm thinking about
Before
everybody.
you even say
I'm a dad.
anything, like this might be the lightest bass I've ever held in my life. I think Mike Lall has always been my go-to for really light instruments.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, do you know what this thing weighs?
6 pounds and 7 ounces.
So under 7 pounds is almost unheard of.
Yeah.
This is it chambered? I mean, it doesn't look chambered.
It's made of Polovnia, the empress tree.
Oh.
We sourced that. Sandberg. We sourced that in Spain.
Wow.
Right now.
So
It's
like a
super light wood, very
non-chambered,
resonant.
super light.
Yeah, it's got like sort of an ash sound to it as well.
Yeah.
That's the characteristics that are similar. And there's one other special detail that I'd like to go over on that bass. But first, let's talk about the head.
Let's talk about the
really
head.
quickly. So again, trim is all the way up. Go ahead and play really quickly.
You want me to put the active on, or?
Yeah, let's do inactive mode, and let's give some volume. You're pushing it. You plugged in? I'm probably doing something wrong, knowing me. There we go.
There we go.
So when it's blue like that, when you push it in. When it's blue, it's muted. When it's white, it's good to go. So very, very big, robust sound. It has a big tubier sound. It's a little bit more, it's a little bit more warmth out of it as a result. Like like a lot of times when I hear tube preamps and digital amps, I think I always just assumed that was going to be kind of gimmicky, but this definitely delivers. That's the sort of warmer sort of sound that you're looking for. Really important things to mention on this one. This, like the other, like the Legacy, is 800 watts.
Well, it's 400 watts, 800 with the extension.
Exactly. So it runs at 800 watts when it has the extension cabs on there. Otherwise, it's going to be 400 watts. But it's like the way that this is designed with the speakers and the port, and it's no stone was left unturned. That's plenty sound just by itself.
This one, the big difference I think between this one and the other one
is the tube overdrive,
right.
And then also just some of the control layouts are a little bit different. Instead of the mini toggle switches, you've got push knobs that change things back and forth. So diving right in, pretty straightforward. You have a 4-band EQ section right here. And see, I'm gonna push I just turned that off right there. You see the bass bump? It's when it's white, it's on. Yeah, when you click that on, you hear that bump that comes in there. It's basically it's tuned at 60 hertz. So the lower frequencies are kind of coming in, kind of giving it a little bit more oomph to it. I'm actually going to go to the voice as well. So we have the low mid, the contour here. I push that in, contours it out. Turn it back off. Then you have the high mid with a high cut when you engage this. You hear how the highs kind of came out. I love that sound, actually. I think that really sounds good with this bass. And Jody's playing. And then treble and presence, of course, just like most presence knobs, it's just good, really, really like cut through the mix. You have the ultra highs coming in, get that crispiness. I'm gonna turn this trim down. We were pissing it off.
Uh-oh.
I like that. I really like that. So it's counterintuitive to have the high cut and the presence on, but I guess there is some tone sculpting you can do. You really don't need to do much tone sculpting with this guy.
And even that 10 and that low B, still super tight.
So notice how the light here for normal is on. The normal mode, which is going to be the clean mode, the overdrive is bypassed. Now let's go ahead and turn on that overdrive. I'm going to turn the overdrive knob down so we don't kill everybody. And now I'm going to dial it in so you get the overdriven sound. The more you dial up the OD is how much overdrive you're getting. And you kind of want to get it to line level, of course. So basically when you switch back and forth, you have a similar sound. So we can file this back. I'm going to dial the level back. So that's without the body engaged. The overdrive's on. Pushing it all the way up. Let's do a little bit of little cut. I cut out the high frequencies as well. It gives it a bit more of a woolly sound. And then from there, this is my favorite one by far. When you push this knob in, you get some body. Make it really subtle. You can have like.
Well, with that tube preamp, it's gonna be super dynamic.
Oh yeah.
That tube warmth.
Yeah.
That when I lay back again.
Yeah, and they did it right when they had the tube. They have one tube that's dedicated for the overdrive specifically.
Right. So if I'm just like kind of chilling on it, it's okay, not breaking up.
Well, I just cranked it. Some saturation there.
pretty awesome.
I mean,
Love
a
it.
lot of really usable tones out of this guy. That's all she wrote. We're gonna keep this up here, throughout the evening.
Yeah, we're going to keep using this with our demos as we go forward. Mark, I'm feeling generous.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that.
Oh, why?
Joseph. We're actually that special thing I was telling you about with regard to the Sandberg. This
Yeah.
Sandberg right here. So this is the California TT5.
Well, wait,
Superlight.
before we get into
I'll get in. There's a whole pitch. There's a whole. thing.
there's a whole thing here.
There's a
Don't
whole
forget
thing.
about the GK that we're.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? We're gonna pause on the Sandberg. You're right, man. See, it's getting late. So with GK, we're feeling generous, of course.
Right. And so is Bob Gallion and Forrest.
Yes. Most importantly, them.
They're
we're
really
just like,
those
give
genuine-
something away, and they were like, okay, we'll give something away. They're giving away an MB108, one of the little combos. I actually used one of those in like an acoustic style session. Also, in true GK fashion, little tiny 8-inch speaker, big robust sound. Great reference combo. So with regard to giving that away,
Yeah, if you want
what
to
do
do a combo, again. I'm not. Is it? They got to like the GK page, IG.
Yeah.
Bass Nerds, of course. Got to like us.
Yep.
Got to like Bass Magazine Online on IG. And then, I put a post on the Bass Nerds podcast Instagram page, and you need to like that. If you like that, you will be entered. So, however many likes are in there, that's one out of however many chance you have to win. So,
Exactly.
I already posted that. So it's on our IG. So you got to like all those pages and like that thing. And maybe, whatever, comment, tag a friend, whatever.
Yeah,
That's
all
not
the-
required, but.
all the rules are in that post.
Right.
And again, all of the rules are going to be on the Bass Bash Facebook page and also the Bass Bash part of the website on Bass
Bass
Magazine.
Magazine online, bassmagazine.com, Bass Bash page.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. And then that thing that you were previously talking about that I cut you off.
Oh, that's cool. I'm glad you did. I was just going to say, we're giving this away too.
What? What? Are you crazy, Mark? What are you been smoking? What?
Well, it's not me. It's Holger.
Oh, yeah. So who's Holger?
Holger is Holger Stelniak. He is the CEO of Sandberg Guitars. He is my boss. He's a nice guy. He's very friendly.
I've met him.
He's very
He's
passionate.
Very nice. I met him at NAMM last year.
He definitely completely dispels that stereotype about Germans. Germans are amazing people, and like he's a very artistic, lively, hilarious dude. And he was just like, let's give it away. So Sandberg is giving away this German-made TT5 Superlight, the California TT5 Superlight. This has a Polovnia body, which is super light. And how light is it? It is 6 pounds and 7 ounces. It's probably one of the lightest 5 strings I've played. That is also very well balanced.
It's a 5-string too, right?
Yeah, find a 5-string that's under 9 pounds. That's a win. So this is under 7 pounds, and it's
Under
balanced.
7.
And some of the reasons why it's balanced is because
it's
instead
not
of
like top heavy.
yeah,
Good.
instead of using Canadian hard rock maple like on our other German-made California series basses, we're actually using a Norwegian maple. It has a great response to it. It's just a bit lighter. And it sounds fantastic. Also, we're using the Airplane aluminum machine heads on there, so to keep it, not diving and stuff like that. It balances really well, even with the strap, especially with the strap. It has our Black Label pickups, which have a bit more bite to them. Our Sandberg 3-band EQ, Sandberg hardware. This one has a bird's eye maple fingerboard. It is gorgeous. Gorgeous. If we can zoom in somehow on that, I'm not sure.
Who's over here?
Who's over here? Who's gonna win? There it is. Bird's eye maple fingerboard going over there. But yeah, we're giving it away. And how to enter?
How do they enter?
So you follow Bass Magazine on Instagram. You follow the Bass Nerds on Instagram. You follow Sandberg Guitars on Instagram. You're also going to find the post on the Sandberg Instagram page. You'll see the picture. It says, win this bass. And then, of course, you're going to have to tag a friend in there. And yeah, so, and this, just like this one's going to run for about 2 weeks, or 2 weeks exactly. And then after that, we're going to announce the winner. We'll send a message to them via the Instagram direct messages. And just like all the other giveaways, if you're outside of the U.S., you have to pay for shipping and the import fees and stuff like that, and we'll get it shipped out to you right away. So super excited to give this away. I think people are going to freak out about it. It's definitely been a labor of love. It's definitely like a game changer, especially for 5-string players.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes my playing doesn't do basses like these justice, but it definitely plays itself. And so
yeah, it plays great. Definitely, it's set up really nicely. I'm a big fan of like nice low action.
Yeah.
Definitely got that. A couple of things I think mentioned. I love easy access to truss rods. That's huge. Easy access to batteries. Huge. And then, yeah.
Yeah, so I think now is a good transition. I'm actually going to grab the other Sandbergs that we're showcasing.
It's Sandberg time?
It's Sandberg time. Sandberg from the Mr. Sandberg Band.
We're muted, right?
Yeah, it's muted.
Okay. Should I, I'll set this off stage?
Yeah.
We don't need it anymore.
We don't need her anymore. I don't need you anymore. We got some cool basses that are new for this year, and it's very important to remember that this year is Sandberg's 35th anniversary.
What? Look at those.
And so in honor of our 35th anniversary, we have a couple new models that will be here and around for the rest of this year. And after that, we're going to stop doing them. And that's how I roll. You have nowhere to sit if I put those right in front of you like that. Whoopsie doodles.
We also got like room on the side of us. They're still getting some of that too.
Yeah. So I guess just jumping right in, the first limited, I guess it's kind of limited. You can order this all throughout 2021 for our 35th anniversary. You know, obviously Sandberg was founded in 1986 by Holger Stoniek in Braunschweig, Germany. You know, very passionate bass player himself and also builder. He's got he started interning at a piano factory. And then he got into, he's such a good bass player, and he had the know-how with the mechanics of things that he just started building basses, and some badass basses. Like this one, the California Supreme, the new one. So this one has a European alder body. It has a quilted maple top. It has the this one has the Norwegian maple neck that's roasted. Well, these will come standard with a roasted neck. This prototype does not have a roasted neck. This has an ebony fingerboard with the beautiful oval abalone inlays, matching headstock with the quilted maple veneer. This has the gunmetal hardware, which is super fucking dope. Also, the inlaid, we call them inlaid knobs, control knobs on here. They're recessed, exactly. Yeah, and then of course, you know, the recessed output jack. It's very sturdy, very strong. And then jumping into the electronics, one of my favorite things about these, the Delano Extender, yes. The Extender. The Extender pickups. I like the shape of them, and especially with the ovals on there, it's very classy. It matches really well.
Nicely.
But see these like indents
that's
right
exactly where my thumb went when I was playing
it feels so good. I think the only other company that's doing something that I can think of like that outside of ramps, like radius ramps and stuff, is Rickenbacker. They do those little treble bezels that you just pop into the gap of that. So this just feels so right, so choice. Both pickups have it too. So you know, if you favor playing over this pickup for a more spherical sound, if you favor playing this one for a more direct sort of cutting sound, you've got that access. These are quad coil pickups. They have a wide range of sounds to them. Diving into the controls, we're actually using the Sandberg 3-band EQ with bass, mid, and treble, all boost cut with the center indent there, so you know you can have sort of a flat sound. You've got the pickup blend right here. You have the master volume, which is push-pull for active-passive, and then you have a 3-way mid-selector switch here, along with the coil tap. And the midway 3-way selector switch, you've got 160 hertz, 900 hertz, and 480 hertz that you can fix on, fixate on. You're cutting them out, you're boosting them in for different tones and stuff like that. It sounds phenomenal.
Before you play,
I mean, immediately
sounds
everything's
great.
flat.
One thing that totally surprised me the other day, which I think is huge, is the glow-in-the-dark side dots.
Yes.
I mean, I was like, I took some pictures of it and I put it away, and it was dark, and these dots were blinding me, and I didn't realize how important something like that is until I had sold my Ken Smith and I have a Pensa 5, and it's got a maple board
Yeah.
with pearl side dot
Yeah, you
markers,
can't
and
see
I'm on
shit.
stage, and I can't see anything.
We're not good enough bass players to be like. We're like.
Yeah,
Is this-
I definitely got to look
this how
a
you
little
do
bit
it?
every now and then.
Now you just got to glance.
Yeah, so the glow-in-the-dark side dots, I think, are just huge.
Thank you for mentioning that.
And the matching headstock. I mean, the figure on that top is ridiculous
Oh,
as well.
this also, it comes in a 4-string and a 5-string, 3 different colors. This is Honey Burst, which is a newer color that we did this year. There's a Blue Burst finish, which is real classy, and then also a Red Burst, which is like fire. Bursting with flames.
Well, why don't you give them a little taste, Mark?
Yeah, I'm going to start with a slap tone.
Yeah, you are.
Woo!
Yeah.
Sounds good. That's with everything flat on this. Everything is just in the center, and it is in active mode right now. I'm gonna
Well, you had a little bit of a bass bump and a treble, a presence bump, but I just turned those off. Right
Yeah.
now, so.
Well, I want a little bit more bass, so I'm going to actually push it in. This
you go.
is with the treble knob. I'm going to keep it right in the center. Mids, I'm going to actually boost a little bit.
Ooh.
And see, you know what? I'm going to cut them. I'm going to cut them out a little bit. I'm going to cut them out. I'm going to cut out the 480 hertz.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah,
let's
that sounds
let's
great.
push them in.
Woo!
It's got some fucking punch.
Woo!
Punchy. Let's boost the. Let's scoop out the mids. Let's boost the treble a little bit. Crispiness. Oh, how's that? That level 42 Love Games. I don't know. Remember how? I want to boost a little bit more bass in there. Yeah, man. Sounds
Yeah,
good.
it sounds super clear. A lot of crisp, not a lot of bite.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do just this, just the bridge pickup. Turn that treble back. See how responsive that cut is too? And let's go to the neck pickup, because we were playing in both pickups and then the bridge and now the neck. It's got a nice.
This, what's the mid frequency adjust?
This is up at this is 160 hertz, but right
And
now
then
it's right in the
wood-
middle.
It's in the. Keep playing for me. I like rolling it off just a hair, and then if we adjust it. Woo! It sounds great.
Yeah.
Sounds killer.
And then in passive mode, I think it still shines. I mean, it's just. I'm gonna turn the trebles down on that. That's not gonna really do anything. Then like a
Then-
single coil mode.
Nice.
Great modern style bass, new for this year, new adjustments. Yeah, and we're only going to keep them out for the 35th anniversary. So let's mute this dude, mute it, and then we're going to switch off to the other new thing.
What
For if
other
you want to
new
grab this guy,
All right.
yeah, I'll talk about it.
Oh man.
That's the one right there, the business. I left the 35 sticker. This is going to have a new 35. We just threw this together just in time for this broadcast. This will have a nice like 35 sticker in honor of our 35th anniversary. This particular
Hold that for just a second, Mark.
This particular model is called the 48. This body shape, and actually, when I was working at Chicago Music Exchange, I wanted a T-Bird style bass that definitely had some Sandberg originality to it. So enter this. Holger and I exchanged emails, and we came up with the right design. And yeah, he knocked it out of the park. This particular, the 48s are going to have our M pickup in the bridge, the V pickup, which the metal covers on there. Nice, well-rounded sound, a lot of clarity, a lot of thump, a lot of attack. The 2-band Sandberg EQ with bass treble, and then yeah. So this particular anniversary, not the body shape, but the paint job, the finish job, is our racing car design. It's influenced by the the older classic racing cars. This 48, the 48 comes in like the Ford GT,
right.
sort of vibe to it, like the older ones. There's like a Martini, one. It's like gray. There's a beautiful red, TT5 and TT4. And then the VS bass, which has the VS is going to be like our P style bass, which is it's got British Racing Green with the checkers on there, like the old MGAs.
Yeah, nice.
Dude, they're fucking slick.
Nice.
You can hear what it sounds like. I mean, we've had the 48 out for a while, but just to kind of give you a taste.
Got everything flat.
Yep. And that's with both pickups engaged. I'm actually going to jump over here while he plays. Oh, there it is. Should have tuned him. So we got both pickups going. Flat EQ, I'm gonna boost the bass. So big and woolly and woofy. Now I use the 48 personally. I move to this pickup right here. It's a split coil pickup. Sounds awesome. I'm actually gonna keep that going. Bit of breakup. It almost got like sub-octave. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Meaty. Let's hear it with a pick. Let's hear it with a pick.
Pick?
Same riff with the pick.
Can't play without a pick.
Pick. Woo! Yeah, man. Yeah.
I think the racing stripes make me play faster.
Vroom, vroom.
Half of the bass player haters right
Wait,
now are...
do that riff again. It just made me want to do a dance. Now I run super fast. I run super fast.
Yeah, half the bass player haters are yelling at the screen right now because I'm playing with a pick.
And you're playing with distortion. Some people like distortion. Some people like picks. That's me. That's Jody. That's a lot of people.
Cool. I also don't want to forget to mention that I am a huge fan of aged instruments, worn instruments. This seems like a pretty light age on this. I don't know what you guys technically call it.
This is in the realm of our Rockefort Blue, which geez, this is like a soft age finish.
Yeah, it's got kind of like
the green that comes through.
greenish.
Think like an old blue classic vintage bass that's aged over time, and the nitrocellulose is reacting, and it kind of gives it that green hue. That's what we're doing here. Also,
Love
the
it.
aged hardware, the patinaed hardware,
Right.
which is real cool. I love
And then
that
is
we
the string
embossed
spacing adjustable?
It is. It's a all of our bridges have the variable string spacing. I'm out of breath. I'm so fat.
I'll just keep playing and then...
Yeah. No, it has a variable string spacing. The 4 strings are going to go from 18.5 millimeters to 20 millimeters. The 5 strings and 6 strings go from 18 millimeters to 19.5 millimeters. You had to do it. This is the classic Jody
Yeah,
riff.
and then is that ebony fretboard?
Yeah.
I love
yeah.
me an ebony.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a beaut.
Great, great, great. And then easy pickup access. Love that. 6 screws here, and then
6-bolt system.
your.
And you can actually use on all of ours. You can actually use the Schaller style.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, already pre-done. And then it got the 0 fret.
It's nice and balanced across it when it's open versus it's like it sounds about the same.
Yeah, I mean, you call it a Thunderbird. I kind of reminds me of the Explorer.
Oh yeah, it's got a little bit of both of the vibe in there.
This horn here. When I was a young lad, I was playing guitar and I had to have the James Hetfield ESP Explorer.
Hatfield? Who's Hatfield?
Hatfield. Hetfield.
You jerk.
And I had the Mesa Boogie Dual Rectum Finder.
Boogie.
Yeah, it's pretty great. All right, what do we want to grab next?
Let's
The
grab
short
this guy.
scale, that one?
Yeah, let's do this guy.
Do that guy.
This
Okay.
is another limited edition. It's inspired. This is the California TT4 in a limited light gray finish, and you'll notice that it has 2 pickups that look a little different than the Sandberg pickups. That's because they
Why
are.
is that, Mark?
Well, it's because we're using the Lawler T-Bird pickups, the Thunderbird pickups, but in our TT spacing. And it has a vintage vibe to it for sure. It's passive, it's meaty, it's awesome. It was a limited batch. We did 18 of these. I think they're all spoken for, but it basically was a nice way to unveil that we're working with Lawler using their Thunderbird pickups. It was inspired by a Sandberg artist, Christian Freise. I'm so sorry if I fucked up your name, man. You know, I'm ignorant American. What can I say? But it was inspired by him. We built some custom basses for him, and then we were just like, this is just too damn cool. We have to do this on the reg. So we did it kind of with this limited batch. Who knows? We might do some more of them. Yeah, let's hear. So I always favor the neck pickup. Like
I'm
on
assuming
most
volume
basses.
And then tone, it's a passive bass, right?
Yeah,
Nothing
exactly.
pulled out.
It's like thick, girthy, thickness. That sounds.
Yeah, super, like a lot of low.
Let's hear it with that
But-
pick too, on that pickup. Yeah, man. Here comes the OD, right? Yeah. Let's hear.
I mean, it almost sounds like an active bass that's like really
Oh,
high
it's
output.
huge, man. Huge. Then let's do the bridge pickup. Same riff. Let's just-
Bridgie.
Fight! Fight! Hear those like overtones?
Like, I will say this. Like, traditionally, that sound does not appeal to me.
Yeah.
But, like, if you just get out of your comfort zone sometimes, like, now I'm hearing, like,
Yeah.
where that could be used
Yeah.
and how that can be used.
It
you know?
really cuts. Keep playing. Yeah. Chunky. 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 Anna's like doing the dance over here. She's just
I saw her. You can't see her. She's off camera. One of our film crew holding it down. I'm
Film
glad I can
savior.
inspire some dance moves.
keep playing. Woo! This overdrive is tight. Ooh. Yeah. yeah, that's that. That's the California TT4 limited edition with Lawler pickups. Limited.
What
gray.
color is that?
It's a limited. It's gray. It's just, we're calling it light gray.
Gray?
Yeah, it's light gray.
So, like, all right, confession. I'm partially colorblind. I see, like, almost like a Daphne blue or a pink out of it.
Yeah.
It could be the lights.
It's in there. It's
in
like
there.
we use the RAL color codes.
I
And
don't
so
see
like
any gray,
so
but
there might be a little drop of blue in there.
Again, love the age finish. If I ding it, it doesn't decrease the value.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's another thing that Sandberg is known for. I don't really have any heavy relic bases here, but, we're definitely,
Right.
we do the aging right. I mean, especially, being around vintage bases for as long as I've been, like, that was a selling point for me when I was working at CME.
And then this one, last but not least.
This one.
Short scale Lionel.
Yep.
Where do you get that name from, Mark?
You got me. You
Oh,
got me, dude.
man.
So we came out with this one last year. It's called the Lionel. It's the VS4 Lionel short scale. It's the full name. Lionel is actually my son's middle name.
Oh,
it's
he already shouted out his nana.
Yeah.
Now he's shouting out his kids.
I'm a family man.
I
What
got-
can I say? Family.
Shout out-
Familia.
Shout out to my wife Kendall. I'm sure she's watching this. She's actually probably not watching this. She's probably in the studio making some beats right now and
Yeah.
doing some briefs. So
Diving, just going quick. We got a roasted maple neck on this one. That's
Woo!
another thing that we actually came out with last year. We started doing roasted maple in-house. And it's part of like the thermo treatment. It's the same sort of oven that we use or kiln that we use to kind of get that aged sort of sound to it. It definitely changes the wood on a cellular level. What are you doing, you fucking
look at the
weirdo?
camera. I mean, it's not in focus, but it looks cool.
Yeah, usually we get B-roll and Jody's just like, look at this base!
Look at it. Unfortunately, the short scale, I make it look smaller than it really is. I wish I was about 50 pounds lighter.
Well, me too, man. We can do it, man. This is our year to do that. I've seen a lot of people who are
YOLO,
really...
though, man. I'm just like, I'm just trying to live my best life, bro.
Hey,
like,
that's cool too, dude.
Not about sacrifice.
Love the skin you're in, man. I need to lose a little weight, keep my heart in check, stick around for my kids.
I'm diabetic. I had a Starbucks
Jesus
Frappuccino
Christ.
earlier. That was probably a bad move.
That's probably. But anyway, back to the roasted maple. It changes the wood on a cellular level. We did a study with
I
one
love
of the universities.
roasted maple necks.
Oh, it's so sick. It's so sick. We already had the shit to do it. It's like we had the conversation and we were just like, why aren't we doing roasted maple ourselves? Let's just do roasted maple.
I love
so
it.
we got that 30-inch scale. So I'm thinking of people. I was thinking of people who have smaller hands, people who like short scales. It was the first time we ever offered a short scale instrument. Also with guitar players or people who are just learning bass, like youngsters.
I feel like there's been a short scale kind of like renaissance as the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
A lot of people. I mean, Fender's doing it. Sarek has got some really great short scale stuff.
Yeah. Shout out to Jake.
Jake, we love Jake. He was our first podcast
That's right.
guest. And,
that was very fun.
He's got that the Grand. Have you seen that bass he recently put out?
Dude.
It's got like a
And the
overdrive
stripes.
circuit in it.
It's so wacky.
Awesome. Tim Lefebvre has done some demos on it. If you go to his IG page, you'll see Tim did some really cool videos on that bass.
So a couple more things about this one. What
Tell
makes
me
it
more,
special.
Mark.
We've got our black label pickup. Again, it's going to be a little bit overwound. It's going to have a bit more of a bite to it, more mid-range presence. And also kind of a vintagey sort of sound to it. It's passive, just you got volume and tone. That's all you need. Also has the variable string spacing on there. And what's special about this one, I guess this is representative of our aging. It's not a masterpiece. level
Yeah,
aging
but
by
there's still like
Christian,
some pretty heavy.
but there's a lot of detail, like like the belt buckle that would like really
and this
fuck
is
that up.
like red over black, right?
Exactly. Well,
Right.
it's actually a metallic orange over black, and we did it metallic orange for a while, but we actually changed the paint. It's darker. I think this is way cooler. It was.
I think
It was
this looks
still. It was
great.
kind of the metallic orange was cool, but like this, I like the darkness of it. I think it really sings, and then over a black finish and white, a white undercoat on top of that.
Oh yeah, there it is.
So it's all coming in. But yeah, this is our offering for shorties, for short scales.
I like it.
Yeah, and then we already did the giveaway, so you got 2 weeks to win that. That's let's hear how's the sound.
All right, let's just play a little bit.
Let's hear it. I'm gonna clap on the 1 and 3 in just a minute. This is the 2 and 4.
Whoa, you messed me up.
1 and 3. In the 2 and 4. Nicely done. Yeah, I mean it handles the finger style really well too.
We got school players out there.
Yeah, it's got that bite, so it's like one of those few like
It's
split coil
definitely-
pickups, but you can still get enough bite where you can do slap really well. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you can't slap on a P-style bass. Don't ever let them tell you that, because you're wrong. And by the way, listen to the song "Forget-Me-Nots" by Patrice Rushen. Tell me that you can't slap on a P bass. Tell me. Listen to that.
People are probably screaming because it's out of tune.
They're screaming about a lot of stuff. Who cares? You having fun? Whew. That's the cool thing about the short scales is you can really move around quickly with those guys. Also, we do a flatter 16-inch or 14-inch radius depending on the bass.
Ooh!
You're liking that one.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Um, Well, that's everything that we have to offer from Sandberg.
Yeah.
I think now would actually be a good time for us to transition to another pedal demo that we're going to be doing. So before we do that, let's take another break. We're actually going to play another. We're going to play another special music video by Danny Elfman.
Heyo.
And we're going to go ahead and go live with that as we speak. Enjoy.
nutshell. Living a life in a nutshell. Stay inside and you'll do well. Breaking the rules and they might tell. World outside is humming. Mountain goats are sunning. But this shit ain't no fun. Open the door and run. Now nobody likes you. What a shame. Now nobody likes you. Now nobody likes you, oh dear. Now nobody likes you. Ooh, she likes me. Ooh, she likes me. Messages excite me. Ooh, she likes me. Love my type of code. 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 Keeping it all inside. Keeping it all inside. Keeping it all inside. I wanna see you without your clothes, without your skin, without your skin, without your skin. Sinning to me at midnight. I want to see you without your clothes, without your skin. I want to see you without your skin, without your skin. Living a life in a nutshell. Staying inside is a tough sell. Sniffing around for some intel. If I run out of buds, it'll be hell. Outside birds are singing. Church bells are ringing. I'm filling up with feeling. Open the door and excite me. Under the virtual moonlight, we got a date at midnight. Love, I'm a code. Love, I'm a code. Love, I'm a code. Love, I'm a code. Watching the cat bouncing off the walls. I feel like that. Let's make a rendezvous. It's almost like having you in the room. I wanna have sex. I could almost feel you starting to spin. Looking up, looking out, looking in. I feel the world just to touch your skin.
Hey, welcome back.
Heyo.
Jody was tying a shoe.
Yeah, I didn't want to trip and fall and look like an idiot on
While you sit down.
the internet.
All right, so what do we got?
We're back, guys. All right, so we've got a bunch of pedals from Tech 21. If you're not familiar with Tech 21, they make a lot of like signature pedals, Steve Harris, Geddy Lee preamp, and this pedal right here, this classic Sans amp. If you're, I mean, it's a staple in every studio.
For sure.
A lot of tons of bass players are been using Sans amp for decades at this point now. And then, we've just gotten into smaller and smaller packages here. So this pedal, classic Sans amp. I'm just going to run through the knob settings real quick. I want to turn my output all the way down. You've got your presence drive, kind of a high frequency, upper mid frequency adjustment. Your amplifier drive, your overdrive, gain, saturation knob, right? Output. This we'll set in a minute. I'll show you. You kind of want to activate your pedal and have your output be the same as what it would be if the pedal was off. So you don't want a giant boost in your output. And then high is going to be your high frequencies. Now the magic of this pedal is going to be your 8 little dip switches. I don't know if we're looking at that on the camera right now, but there's a bunch of, so what's really nice about this pedal and the manual that comes with it is they've laid out, this is not just like a manual that tells you like this knob does this and this knob does that.
Of course it has that too.
It has
so
that information,
yeah.
But I think this manual is got a ton, expands on all of that stuff pretty drastically. So what they've done, if they've got a bunch of presets, if I could just put that there, for your pedal. Now this can be used for guitar or bass. It's not just a bass specific pedal, but so like if I go here, you've got your classic Ampeg settings. They've already got it figured out for you, or at least a suggestion or a good starting point, And then Jeff Ament, we love Pearl Jam, right? And we actually have a Thunderbird bass here. That might be cool. Doug Wimbish. There's a lot of really great presets here. So I've got it set right now, I believe. But real quick before I go any further, the 7 dip switches here. So when they're pushed down, they're off. And then when you push them up, they're on. So number 1 is a mid boost, and then there's a number 2 mid boost, so 2 different mid frequency boosts you can select and turn on. A low drive is number 3. Clean amp is going to clean up your overdrive tone a little bit. Bright switch, I think we all know what that does. Where are we at here? Vintage tubes. Now it is a solid state pedal, so like Sans amp is without an amp, right? Sans the amp.
That was Dale, actually. Dale Crevens, she was the marketing person for them before she started working for them. She said that, this is what you should call it. It's basically like it's great for studio. It was intended for studio situations or situations where you would play without an amp. Sans amp, all the tones in one box. And just a quick thing about that, it's in terms of the history. the founder of the company, Andrew, he shopped this technology to a bunch of different major manufacturers, and what ended up happening is that they were like, yeah, here's the rejection letter, you know, like some jerks from, you know, a company that, like, you know,
in the 80s,
yeah,
that they're like
maybe they were based
Miami
in Nashville.
Vice look.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, yeah. They gave him the rejection letter, and boy, is there egg on their face now, because yeah. So he was convinced finally by Dale to go at this and bring this to the world, and it just took the world by storm in the good year of 1989.
Yeah, what story I heard is that he ended up putting it on consignment in Hollywood at like a GC or Sam Ash.
Yeah.
And then it like immediately sold, rumor is, to Phil
They
Collin.
put it in the window.
Yeah, they put it in the window.
Phil Collin, yeah.
Phil Collin comes in from Def Leppard, has to have it. Immediately it becomes starts to blow up pretty quickly. And like I mentioned at the top, you know, a staple in every studio. Most bass players have one.
Yeah.
Really cool pedals. So, and then the last couple little dip switches here, you've got speaker edge and close miking. So it's not, the pedal is not really designed to flip the switches on the fly. It's kind of set it, have your thing, go with it.
Yeah,
And also real quick on the side here, you've got a 3 different switch on the side, lead, normal, and bass. Since it's you can use it for guitar and bass, we're going to put it in the bass setting all the way down. And right now, like I said, they've got some presets in here. Mark, can you go unmute? So I've got play just a little bit for me. So I'm going to adjust the output to match this volume. Say that's pretty perfect, right? So if I'm going to go with the classic Ampeg, we're going to turn our presence drive up, output where it's at, amp drive up. Where am I at?
Immediately.
Right, output there, and then high. I already had preset the dip switches before we started, which is right now it should be 3, 4, and 6, which are low drive, clean amp, and vintage tubes. Obviously, you know, the classic SVT is that vintage kind of tube sound. And then if you want a
lot of
little
blue lines, and that has the blue line tone to it, man. And remember, this is an analog pedal.
Right.
This is like what's the word that they use? Not emulation.
Simulation?
Simulation? Emulation. I would say emulation.
Yeah.
It's basically in the style of all those things, but it's analog circuitry, and it just sounds good. There's nothing like analog. I mean, it's the purest sort of signal, I guess.
Yeah. So that's
not to be said that you can't do amazing things with digital. Like we're about to.
Sure.
We'll
we're
show
going to
that
get
in a
into
bit.
some of that stuff too.
Yeah.
So that's kind of your classic SVT. And just real quick, I'm going to turn our output all the way down so I can adjust these dip switches. I'm going to go to that Jeff Ament setting, which is 2 and 6, 7. And then I got to turn these other ones off. And then amplifier drive is about 11 o'clock, highs turned down to about 11 o'clock, and then presence drive up a bit, and then, all right, here we go. You know, the Jeff Ament signature from Mike Lull is a Thunderbird. We got some Thunderbird pickups here. Another cool thing in the manual here, it's got recommendations for how you should run your pedal chain. So like if you're before your Sans amp is run your compression, distortion, wah pedals, and then after your Sans amp, your modulation, choruses, delays, harmonizers, reverb, stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, pretty, you got a lot of options there, but it's kind of a set it, forget it kind of pedal, and yeah, the Sans amp. So let's move on. You got us muted over there?
Got us muted.
We're muted. Now,
We're going to switch over to something else awesome. Now, this is a pedal. It's designed to be, I would put this in the effects loop. I mean, you could just use this as like a preamp pedal that is just always on.
Right. Let me actually set this off to the side real quick.
And Jody will be able to speak a lot more eloquently about it.
All right. As you will see.
You want the mix out? Great.
Mix it out.
Mix it out. I love the braided cable that comes with these.
Oh yeah, the power supply. So they all come with power supplies. How are we looking on the video? We're good?
Noise.
All right.
Can I turn it on?
Not yet. Let me turn the levels all the way down.
Levels
just to
down.
Be safe.
Be safe.
I'm going to turn on.
Street
mute
legal.
it. All right. I think we. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. Okay. I got it muted right now. Okay, so it's muted. Obviously, you can see it's a Geddy Lee preamp pedal. Notice there's no foot switches. You plug it in, it is on unless it's muted, and it's really like two preamps in one. You see you've got the drive side over here. This is Geddy Lee's custom tone print. Just two knobs here, your level and your saturation. Then you have your other side here. Has a little bit more tonal control out of it, the adjustments. So I'm just going to, so there's really a ton of features in this pedal, and I doubt I'm going to be able to get to all of them. But let's start with our drive side. Go ahead, play for me. Oh, gotta hit that mute button. So Geddy Lee's signature kind of tone. You see the lights activating as it's not clipping, that's the way it's designed. And then you've got, oh, that's on this side. What?
I did that really poorly, and I know like all the Rush nerds are like, that's not right!
It's close enough for me. You convinced me.
Dude, that whatever you just did is just that.
Well, I turned the drive side. Right? Pretty awesome. So you're blending your clean signal, your blend knob is now you're not getting any pedal. You'll usually want to turn that all the way up, right? And then you got a couple dip switches here, ground lift, minus 20 dB at your XLR, quarter inch plus 10 dB if you're don't have much output on your instrument. Drive, which is gonna add, go ahead and play for me a little bit. Brightening it up a little bit. Like that. So, like I said, you have kind of two preamps in one, and then you have separate outs. You have your deep out, your drive out. These things are
Geddy Lee, best bass player ever.
You can what?
That was Orgasmo. Sorry.
Oh, I haven't seen that movie in a very
He knows.
You've got separate outs for each channel, but there's also a magic little dip switch in the back. In the back there's two 9-volt battery cavities, and if you reach in there, there's a little switch. Find the spot, and that will blend your two signals if you'd like that to be the case. You've got independent quarter-inch deep out, your mix out, which is what we're doing because I want to be able to demonstrate both sides of the pedal. Tuner out. That's basically it. But I mean, I mean, definitely reminiscent of Geddy Lee, right? That's what we're getting. Get really saturated.
I can't remember how it goes. But it sounds fucking great.
Yeah, killer pedal. You know, Tech 21. This is just the beginning. You want to go ahead and
Yeah.
read that, Mark? And
I'm gonna grab some
we've got
other.
a couple more Tech 21 pedals that we're gonna demonstrate here. Oh, I have that thing. It's in my
you
bag.
do?
I forgot it.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
it's here. I just have to
Jody,
pull it out of
Jody's
my bag.
saying he has an. I bought an instant wrap air horn. Is what it was sold as. It's just an air horn sound, and it's awesome.
It is awesome.
It does the pew 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 pew. Do this. We'll do that. We'll make it look flat. How about that? Oh, you got. Yeah, that's gonna live there now.
All right. Hey-o. I guess we'll leave that how you had it, right?
Yeah, that's probably the way to do it.
All right,
There
you
we
wanna
go.
Switch me spots, Marcus.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I gotta get some more water. I'm parched. Hello.
Anywho, all right. So
let's
go. We're gonna jump into this one. This is the Steve Harris signature, the SH1.
Who's Steve Harris?
Steve Harris is from Iron
uncle,
Maiden,
isn't it?
No, Iron Maiden, man.
Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden, fucking Maiden, dude. And by the way, Steve Harris plays with 2 fingers. He doesn't do the gallop with 3 fingers. He
Really?
does it the right way. It's ding, 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 ding.
I can't do that. Sorry, guys.
But you know what? All roads lead to Rome, right?
I guess.
If you're going to use 3 fingers, use 3 fingers. Anyway, this one was designed but with Steve in mind. It's recreating his signature sound. It allows him to get his signature sound anywhere, the Maiden sound that he's known for, anywhere without 2 metric tons worth of gear. It's all in one little ass box. They've of course collaborated with him, sent it to shows to try out, and it delivers. I mean, immediately. It's based on the British style tube amps, the older British amps, boxes and high watts and shit like that, the classic things. The British, a lot of bite usually.
British.
I think a lot of brightness and bite
Right.
out of those amps, and it's definitely awesome. And of course he's playing a P bass, his signature P bass, which has a lot of mid range and girth to it anyway.
Mirror pickup
So yeah,
on
and
it.
it definitely works really well together. And then also you can get from Motown to metal out of this thing. Of course, it's got the tuner. You've got 2 levels, which of course you can blend together, adding the bite. And then you've basically, that's bypass. That's with it on right there. So you hear the hairiness as I turn on the gain. I'm gonna flatten this out. So you're switching between the 2. Right here, and I'm blending all the way. I think that sounds awesome. To me, that's got the high watt sort of sound to me, at least in my ears, But you don't have to have it oversaturated. You can have it just a little bit of breakup. I think it's more and more saturated.
My arm burns.
Yeah. Nice warm and woolly sort of sound. Then also, let's go back to 1. This will be more like Foxy or Marshall. Here, like blown out. So well, the cool thing about this is that you can set 1 to clean, and then like go back and put your dirty sound into it too. I would say like. Great pedal, and then also the tuner.
Are we in 2?
Nice chromatic tuner as well.
You're a little flat.
Oh, too
I went the
far.
wrong way.
What are you doing?
Wait a minute, I'm flat now.
There you go. All
There we are.
All right, yeah. So that is the SH1. I mean, it's just it does it well. It sounds so good, and I think it sounds good with fingerstyle picking too. Let's go ahead and switch real quick. Let's mute that guy, and we're gonna go to another awesome signature pedal. That's 3 signature pedals that Tech 21's got going on for them right now. This one is another one of their longtime endorsers, is Mr. Doug Pinnick of King's X.
King's X.
Beautiful pipes that guy has, and also remarkable bass player. He knows his tone. Doug is kind of known for having a sort of like scooped mids sound, real thick, like lows that come through, the highs that come through. Of course, you can blend the sounds together with the mix button here. And yeah, so just like the Steve Harris, it's the same footprint. It has the tuner as well, but the controls are going to be different. So you have your drive here. Forgot to tune the D.
Didn't tune the rest of the strings.
You ready to dive right in? There's
Yep.
clean. So you hear that scooped out sound. So you see like the chunk is not engaged, and then we hit that.
No, it wasn't.
It was engaged, yeah. We had the chunkiness, and then here I turn it down. So the chunk is the high, the top end.
That top
the chunk,
bite.
chunk sound. I like that a lot. But I like this too. It's really woolly. I would probably play like fingerstyle like that. Ooh, I found a sweet spot on the mids. I hit the shift. I hit the shift button here, and it shifted the mids over, and I put them up a little bit so they're in the mix. It sounds awesome, but again, it's default. It's going to be scooped out. And the lows are up a little bit. Also, the compressor it's built in. It's just you're controlling that. It keeps everything nice and thick. It's going to favor the lows, so the lows really pass through as well. That's a common theme among the bass pedals that we've had here. It sounds awesome, man.
Don't forget that gain switch.
Oh, that's right. That's right. The gain. A little bit more hair. Woo! So I have the gain on. Let's put that, and then I mixed in the chunk, and let's fucking go for
But
it.
you hear like, chill. That's all I got. I can't play. I could do that song for 30 seconds.
Tech 21, everybody. I like the chunk. I think that sounds
the
awesome.
chunk is killer.
The chunk is killer. All right.
Cool.
So
what do we got next, guys?
we have something special next. We want to mute that guy. I'm going to get out two things that are very special.
Oh shit.
Now this one, like, You can write a fucking dissertation about all the all the usable sounds out of this guy.
Yeah, Mark and I spent. Oh, wait, hold on. Mark and I spent maybe a half hour or so with this. I think Mark spent more time with it than I did, but him and I played with it for about a half hour or so the other day, and OMG, guys.
It does a lot, a whole lot. And there's no surprise. This is our friends from Helsinki. Dark Glass Electronics.
Tilt it forward.
He'll tilt it forward a little bit there, keep it in spot. We can see it. We got a good picture.
Yeah.
One of you here in the hot seat, and I'll talk about
Hot
this
seat.
pedal. So this one is called the Aggressively Distorting Advanced Machine. I had to look at it for a second because I drew a blank. It is a long name. It is an acronym for something as well. This is made with. This was made alongside Nolly Getgood, who's a long-time Periphery, amazing studio engineer, and essentially it's designed to get his sort of studio sound and the studio signal chain. It's so starting with the compressor, which is designed after a very classic FET style compressor, which you have 5 different ratios that you control with this knob down here.
So before you go any further, this, aside from being a push button, is also a knob.
Yes.
That is crazy.
You want to go mute real quickly?
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
because I'll turn everything on so you can see what the lights do and all that stuff. So you got compression, you've got this simple layout here. You've got compression, you've got drive, you've got character. You've got blend, which is it's a blend. The character, by the way, that is going to be just the overall character of the amp. I mean, like you're just going to get a little bit more bite out of it. Typically, blend, you're blending in your clean and dirty. Obviously dirty, clean. And then the level, this is the overall level of this. The compressor is awesome. It is, it's that classic FET style. It's controlled. You can actually control the different ratios with the A button here. I'm actually going to turn it on. You see how it lights up. It looks super gorgeous.
Yes.
Notice how we got everything set, kind of where it is. And as I turn, I want to switch from the 4-to-1 ratio to 8-to-1 to 12-to-1 to 20-to-1, and then the all buttons in sound, which I'm a huge fan of. So like you toggle those. Notice how as you toggle, it not only lights up down here these tiny LEDs, but it's also
Picking
moving along.
which preset out of those 5.
These are reference lights on the top there, which is so smart
Right.
that they did that.
Super
Because
intuitive.
my big dumb fingers will block this, or the vantage point you can block it, so you can see it pretty much from anywhere looking at the pedal.
Right.
So yeah, I favor the all buttons in sound, which is the 5th one here, and of course if you turn it all the way over, you can turn the compressor off, which of course has a fixed compression it's a graphic compressor that favors the lows as well. Just like we talked about with some of the other pedals that we've done, it favors the lows to push them through to maintain that girth as well. So so the clean, the clean is it's fixed multiband comp. I'm sorry, I said graphic. I'm sorry. Okay, it's late and I'm hungry and anyway. With that, moving from the compression, you've got the distortion. The distortion, you have 5 out of the box. Comes from Nolly that he handpicked, different distortion types. You've got a lighter distortion in the first position here. You've got what's known as full, which is a full-bodied distortion. Then you have a mid boost, and then you have my favorite sounding one is thick. It's just exactly as it sounds. It's a very thick, very
girth.
low.
We have a theme here.
Yeah, exactly. And then the last one is super fucking cool. It's a square, wavy synth bass, like synth
Man,
fuzz.
Look at, it's picking the top knobs are going with it. I love that.
And these are changing color too to let you know how mean you're getting with the reference on the graphic EQ. And then also on the end, this also is a rotary spin knob. This, you'll see the little speaker under it. This is the impulse response, the different speaker types that are also picked by Nolly. You can actually go into Dark Glass Suite either on the mobile app to control and like pick out different cab simulations, and
Different
impulse
mics,
responses,
different
mics,
all kinds of
exactly.
stuff.
But it comes stock with what Nolly has got going on. I highly encourage you to go and grab the Dark Glass Suite amp because they a lot of their pedals, including the other pedal that we're going to be showing in a little bit, the Element pedal. You get a lot of different bang for buck out of one unit. So moving from that, you'll notice that these you got your graphic EQ here, and it's like, well, how do you change the sound? I don't know how to do it. Oh, I'm so sad.
Is it this knob?
Is it this one? Is it this? No, it's actually touch response. You touch it down, move it up and down. But notice
Look
what's
at-
happening. Yeah. See, my finger is covering where the lights would be on the touch screen, but you got your reference lights up here again, and it's responding. And if you want to really fine tune it, you just click and hold below, and you can kind of slow. And notice how like the
lights
LEDs
are gradient. Right?
exactly they're fading in and out
Right,
as you
not
move
just
around.
on off.
Exactly. In terms of the EQ range, this comes stock with the Dark Glass EQ. So you got your low shelf, you got 250 hertz, 500 hertz, 1.5K, 3K, and then a high shelf as well. And it sounds awesome. But they just introduced in the Dark Glass Suite, if you want to get a more classic style equalizer, which there's nothing wrong with that, of course. If you want something that's a little bit more neutral in terms of those sounds, or something that's a little bit more familiar, you can go to Dark Glass Suite and change out the EQ to like a standard versus the Dark
where you
Glass.
want your-
But so this has the Dark Glass sound on it as it is, and I think it sounds awesome. We're gonna dive in. We've been
Dive
saying that
in,
every
Mark.
time. Diving in. We're gonna start with the 4-to-1 ratio. The lighter distortion, which you're gonna be surprised is not very light. It's still pretty meaty. And then we're gonna do without any cab simulation, so you can just hear the true characteristics of the pedal without the impulse response. So go ahead, let's go for it. So look at this, and again, clean blending it in. Turn the drive down, turning it up. Hear all that top end that's coming through as I crank it up. That's dope. So, real quick, you notice what's going on with this light on the A channel?
Yeah, why is that flashing, Mark?
See how it's flashing? It's called reference mode, okay?
Oh,
Or audition mode. I'm
mode,
sorry,
right.
audition mode. So you're auditioning the different types of distortion if you want to make changes to it. You've got if you want to A/B between the two, you just click it again. This is all the settings before I changed them.
Right, so it's solid.
Yeah.
This is what it was before.
But you click it again, back to reference mode with the changes I made.
Yeah, I think
Pretty
that's
dope.
huge to audition your tones and
Right.
be able to see if you're getting what you wanted out of
Right.
the change.
So
right?
I want to save this into the A bank, this setting, because I think it sounds awesome.
Yeah, it does.
You could save it into any bank though, any bank that you want to while you're in audition mode. You just tap the button that you want to change, tap and hold, and
Hold
then
it.
let
Heyo.
go. And now that is your sound out of your A bank.
And then as soon as you move a knob, it's going to start flashing. Again,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You know, that's
and if
your-
you want to go back to it, you just click it right back. Sorry. So next, we're gonna. I also want to touch on. We've got 3 different banks, so you have 3 different sounds that
Set
you can
it,
change.
save.
So it's super versatile. Before we jump into that, though, I do think it's important to go over the basic functions of the pedal. If you want to bypass the pedal altogether, you just click and touch the AB button at the same time, see all the lights go off, and you're back to bypass. If you want to turn it back on, you just click any button. But notice how I clicked the C button and it went right over back to A. It goes to the setting that you last used. Exactly. Which is very, very handy. Now, believe it or not,
Am I going to believe it?
I think you're going to have to believe it.
All right.
This pedal has a tuner built in.
A tuner?
Yeah. So in order to access the tuner, you push the B and C buttons together and see how the red lights jump in right there.
So this is crazy.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where I was talking to Elmery. He's like one of the main engineers over at Dark Glass, and you can actually not only do you see if you're flat or sharp, and when notice when you're in tune, all 3 buttons. I love the reference lights on this.
Yeah,
it's just
everywhere.
so good, so thoughtful. So once you're in tune, it's cool. But it's like, how do I know what note I'm tuning? Like right now, like Jody's playing an A.
Am I playing A flat?
So
am I playing A sharp?
He put it best. It's one of those things where once you see it, you see it. These 3 right here are the note. You have an A. So A right there. A.
D.
And then there's D. There's a D that scoops
Then
down.
There's a G.
There's a G. That one's kind of funky. We'll be
Yeah,
real.
fine.
But we
And
know
then
it's a G. And then
an
there's
E.
E. There's low E.
And then if you go real sharp.
This engages right here. It works in sharps instead of flats.
Right.
So A sharp.
So I'm actually tuned to A sharp right now, but you know, I'm not crazy.
You're not too crazy.
But yeah, I mean, like obviously all those reference lights are awesome.
Yeah. No, it sounds magnificent.
So yeah, I mean, you know, pretty much every pedal we demoed today has a built-in tuner at this point. But this seems like
same thing.
Next level, you know.
You just push whatever. It goes back to the thing you last used. So yeah, and it's a really great tuner. So moving on from that, the last function, there's 2 more functions that the buttons can do. So let's say you get all your settings and you move around on stage a lot and you're worried about messing up your settings, short of like choosing the different banks.
Right.
There's something called performance mode.
Hey-o.
In order to get to performance mode, A and A and C together, you're in performance mode. See how everything's flashing? Go ahead. I'm turning knobs. See how nothing's changing? But you can
still get to your presets.
Right.
But turning these knobs
does nothing.
Doesn't do anything.
Exactly. And to get out of it, you just push the 2 again, and you're back into audition mode. So super handy, especially for live performances and for people who are like me, either have like dumb feet that move things around, or you just like running around on stage and it gets knocked around.
Or I think like what that would be super handy for is if you like set your stuff up. A lot of times, you know, you're playing in a show, you set your stuff up, but the other band's setting up before you. So you set all your stuff up, and you don't want, you know, the guy to accidentally, or people stagehands turning stuff and messing
or
stuff.
even with your foot, like when you stomp down on it if it turns.
Cable. I mean, there's a lot of ways in which things can be adjusted, and then all of a sudden you're first song in, and why does this sound awful?
Yeah.
You know, so
well, this doesn't sound right. It's not going to sound awful. It's going to sound good.
Sure,
it's
sure.
Just, like,
unless you turn that level all the way down, and we don't know why that level's all the way down.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not getting any output.
Yeah. So
there's a headphone input here, an aux input with
headphones out. Yeah, and then
I'm sorry, headphone out. Right. With a volume adjustment there for your headphones, and then I see a USB-C.
It's
plug
also
over
this
there.
also acts as an interface, a recording interface.
Hey-o!
And there are 4 different channels, 4 different outputs or inputs, I guess. The first one is going to be your processed signal, so the distortion, like distorted
what we're
sound.
doing here.
Exactly. The second channel, super handy, is going to be the clean sound, the unprocessed signal, which is handy when you want to like mix those together. Right. And then the third and fourth tracks are going to be the reference track that you're using
Is it like
in stereo.
the aux in right here?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
or also, not only are you limited to the auxiliary in to get your backing tracks, you can also use Bluetooth. With the Dark Glass app. You go into, you pair it with your Bluetooth. Exactly. But how you do that is you push and hold, and then you start to turn until all lights flash. I think I did it wrong.
They're all lit up right now.
See how it's flashing? It's going to be in Bluetooth pairing mode from that way, and to get out of it, you just click a button again. But then you can actually have the playback going through this at the same time, which is kind of rad. And it'll also record without having to use the auxiliary 3.5 millimeter jack. Now, for what people are waiting for, let's hear what the different distortions sound like.
Yeah.
All right. So we got the light distortion. Let's switch to the full distortion. So more volume and low end that's come through. Sick. This next one is the mid boost. Here. This is thick.
It's super thick.
It's so thick. You know, actually, you want to turn down that trim. You want to turn the trim down on that. It's so thick that it's freaking out our GK. There you go. Actually, it's still freaking out.
Still tweaking. I think we're good.
And now this, it's that square wave sound. I'm gonna blend it. And then of course, that's clean. You can turn the distortion off that way. If you want to like use this as a preamp, you can turn the distortion off by making sure the light's off, and then you can set that as a bank as well. So now that we got that, let's go to the light distortion, because I think it's the most the most sort of normal. Now this is without the impulse response. Now we're gonna add the first cab sim that was picked by Nolly. So here's you hear the sort of 810 sort of sound. A little bit more woolly. That one's killer. It's the last one, and now this one's like the modern style cab.
I mean, I think that's my favorite.
Yeah, the Forest. And then last, we turn it off, and without the cab sim. So, yeah, I mean, it is the aggressively distorting advanced machine. It's so incredibly versatile.
And such a I mean, it's a large pedal, but it's really small considering all the functionality. Everything you can do with it.
There's a ton under the hood.
Yeah, I mean,
and on top of that, you can still sculpt. Not only can you sculpt everything here on the pedal, you can sculpt it even more using the Dark Glass suite.
Right.
Whether you use the mobile app, which really gives you control over the cab sim or the impulse response, and then the desktop version, which there's a whole bunch of parameters that you control.
EQ parameters.
It's insane.
Settings, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Whenever you get pedals like this, I highly recommend just jumping in, turning all the knobs, all the buttons, and see what everything does, and just kind of finding your tone. But out of the box, as soon as you turn it on, it sounds awesome.
Right. Sounds good from the start, for sure.
So let's transition. We can actually keep this plugged in. So we don't have this plugged in, but this is actually a really great device.
Here, just slide it over.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn
then we can
this. There we
just
go.
set it
So we
right
have some
there.
lights on there. This is the Dark Glass Element. So this you can use as a headphone amp. You can use this as a direct box. You can use this as an interface. You can dial in your sound with Dark Glass Suite. It, of course, has 2 headphone outs, which is great. So you can both hear your reference track if you want to hear track bass or whatever, or practice bass. It actually has a speaker out, so it can actually go to your speaker. You have your amp in. It's awesome. Auxiliary input as well for backing tracks, Bluetooth compatible. USB for the yeah, exactly. So you got USB for the for the interface mode and for all the changes if you want to hardwire direct into Darkglass Suite. Then you've got 5 different cab sims, which are preloaded with stuff that was handpicked by Darkglass. You just touch this button here, and see how the LEDs change there, and then you turn it off. So starting with that, and then of course you've got the blend right here, your headphones levels. It's super sharp. Awesome little device. It's a really great reference pedal. You can get a lot done with it. You could use it in a studio setting. You could use it, like when you're recording on the go, like if you want to record if you're like sitting on the train, like if once you can safely. I mean, the trains are safe, right? Safe-ish right now. So, but yeah, you're sitting on there. You want to record something really quickly on your laptop. You can do that. You can change the sounds and play along with stuff while you practice. It's a great tool for that. We actually had a pre-produced video coming up here in just a minute that features it a little bit more. You can just kind of hear it in action. It's really beautiful stuff. And yeah, so that's it for Darkglass.
Awesome. Are we cutting to commercial right now? Is that
Yeah,
what's
let's
happening?
cut to the...
And then we have...
The last one is the New York Bassworks.
We have one more thing for you, and yeah, we're in the home stretch, guys.
We are in the home stretch. All right, thanks very much. We're going to move some stuff out of the way.
We'll be back in a minute.
Be back in just a minute.
That was a quick commercial break. I was barely able to do anything.
So
who's looking at this sweet bass here?
Yeah, this is. I'm actually really excited about this. When you see like P-style basses, it's kind of unassuming. People are just like, like how many like different ways can you make a P bass? The folks over at New York Bassworks, specifically Dave Siegel, he answered that question and then some on this one. So just a quick backstory on New York Bassworks. He started really building as a company in 1997, but before that, in the 70s and 80s, he was building basses, and basically he started building basses for himself because he was a gigging musician, and he just wanted to get sounds out of things. Like basically, the things that he couldn't find in his beloved like vintage basses or any other basses, he was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna build my own with some of the characteristics that I like on the vintage things, but with a bit more of a modern sensibility. And he got into multi-range instruments, of course, in the 80s. But on top of that, he went to school, audio engineering school, and he started studying because he was really enamored with the recording engineering aspects of things, and like on the other side of the control booth, like you, Bear. Shout out to you, Barrett.
Hello.
So he wanted to learn a bit more about that and immerse himself in it. But then, he as he got into it, he was really excited about physics of things, the physics aspects, and how that translates to how that sort of practical application could be put into instrument building. All the light bulbs started going off. And so he's approaching this, like all of the different contact points are very calculated. The shape of the neck is calculated. The wood choice is calculated. The pickup that he's using is all very specific and calculated. Because his ultimate goal, again, especially on the reference series basses, which this is the reference RS4P for P-style bass. He's
RS4 reference series.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
He's referencing a vintage sound. So basically, you have a classic design that's been reimagined with modern sensibility. That's exactly what he did. So diving right in, I think what people should, like when they go back to watch this, they could definitely do a shot every time we say diving in, which that counts, by the way. So this is hand-shaped You know, the reference series design, the body shape is going to be pretty similar across the board. Of course, it's a little bit different on the J style. This is going to be elongated, a little bit more of an offset that'll have the 2 J pickups. There's also a PJ version of this one. This is like one of 5 P style basses. It's magnificent. Actually a beautiful grain of alder. I thought it was ash when I first saw it, but it's an alder body.
2-piece alder body. I really like the deep cut here if you're getting up in them high registers. Huge is the truss rod adjustment you can get at really easily.
And that is actually a vintage style truss rod. And it just goes one direction. It's a vintage curve in there to, you know, true to form in that sort of sense. But the access, you can actually access it without having to, you know, take the neck off like you would on the older like vintage basses.
Yeah, got that vintage bridge. You know,
yeah, the L-shaped bridge by Hipshot that they made for them with the vintage style saddles. But this is actually made of stainless steel instead of brass. The stainless steel, it's a harder metal. It's going to have a bit more attack to it. And same with the tuners. Those are the Hipshot tuners that are on the top there. Yeah. This has you know, maple neck with a slab Indian rosewood fingerboard. You know, not necessarily a Brazilian rosewood board because, you know, the species is sacred, but it sounds amazing, so good. Clay dots as well, which is another vintage characteristics. The beautiful sunburst that's true to form. He's hand shaping his pick guards, but I think a combination of everything is the magic in this one. But the real magic to me is actually, did I put the wrong cable in? I sure,
no, I think it's this
the right
angle is giving me some problems
and
here.
the recessed jack. Yeah, let's just switch it out really quickly. Here you go, here you go. The magic to me is actually in the pickup. The pickup is designed, it's one of those classic, like the one that got away sort of stories where a friend of his was like, dude, this 59P bass, you gotta hear it, you gotta play it. It just sings. Like, he's played a lot of vintage instruments in his time. He's owned a lot of vintage instruments in his time. He knows what they're supposed to sound like, and he's just kind of like, yeah, we'll see. And he hears the first note, and he's just like, oh my God, that's the sound. Well, he let it get away, and because of that, he's been chasing that particular sound for a long time. So he ended up hand making his pickups because he had that sound in his head and nothing was quite getting it. It was something about that, like, it's a 59P bass that has a rosewood board, but it's like not so late in 59 where it still had the anodized gold pickguard, you know?
Yeah, I was reading up on that, like a 59/61
right.
kind of pickup
design,
right?
It's in that realm, you know, like, so you get the slabberoo sort of sound. But so he uses Alnico 5 magnets. He's winding everything. He's really magnetizing the magnets on there to really get it a lot of beautiful clarity and like full range. It's awesome. And then on top of that, most vintage Fender basses of this age would most of the time come with this a C neck, which is going to have the 1 3/4 inch. This has a B neck profile, which is a 1 5/8 inch. So it's a little bit slimmer. It's not quite a jazz bass, which would be the A style. But then he's using a deerbone nut. He is also doing a compound fingerboard radius. So Fenders would be fixed at 7.5 inches, and this or 7 1/4 inches. Yeah, and this is actually compound 9.5 to 12 inches.
And I think the necks are graphite reinforced
exactly,
as well.
Exactly.
That kind of modern touch to it.
Yeah, so a lot of sustain out of it. You know, and but it's balanced. You'll notice like when you play in the upper register, like on the low string, like on the D or like on the B, it doesn't woof out. It's just balanced the entire way. And I'm actually going to turn up the amp a little bit.
We got to turn our
trim
up.
Okay, so that's with the tone fully up, and these are flat wound D'Addario
flat
strings that are
wounds on
there.
here.
It sounds so good, but that woolly sound. I played a lot of vintage Fenders, and like, that's the sound, man. Like, I think late 50s, like early 60s P bass, but feel like the neck is really vibrating.
Yeah.
And so a lot
of great.
He found that like a lot of people think that it's the body the body response is what's really important with the woody sort of sound, and that is partially true. But he found that the neck is a really important part of that equation, which is why he sculpted it the way that he did. And all the contact points are premium. You know, you got stainless steel here, you got deer bone nut there. So it's really well balanced, a lot of attack to it. But hear how balanced it is?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely across, you know, getting high up on them, the register. I mean, I'm a little bit more of a fan of that, adding that tone up in there.
It's beautiful.
But it does a little bit goes a long way.
Sounds so good, man. And this is only the 5th one that he's ever built on the P style. Knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, I mean, killer. I mean, it's a P bass, you know.
No, it's not just any P bass. It's
Well,
like,
it's not just any P bass.
It sounds like a vintage. It sounds like a '50s P bass, but it feels like a fucking modern shredder, like a Mike Lowell. You know, like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, yeah.
immediately what came to mind. Man. I love it, man. This is so good. So good. But yeah, that's it. No fuss. It delivers as it is. Let's hear it with a pick really quickly too. I think that's important. I've got the tone all the way up. I got one here. I think it shines with just a little bit of
Right, just a little bit. Hey.
I also want to do this riff here that I love playing.
What riff?
It's like the Bobby Vega gush.
Ooh. Put the little bit low end in there, the bump on the GK. Yeah. Funky.
Yeah, man, that's it. So that's all she wrote.
That's the Bass Bash Live 2021. Woo!
We did it!
Yay, we made it.
4 fucking hours.
More than 4.
More than 4.
I think it's crucial and super important. We send out some thank yous, obviously, to every manufacturer that participated. I'm afraid to even run through them all because I'm afraid I'm going to forget someone. But everybody has been super helpful and obviously extremely generous. Again, going back to Civil, if you've got a few bucks to spare, donate to help save our stages a little bit, and that stuff will go a long way. I also think it's extremely important to thank our production,
Yes.
We got Drew.
Yes. Big
We
time.
got Anna over there working the cameras. We got Ryan over there working the
producer.
switcher.
We got Barrett in the
Barrett
booth.
in the booth. We are currently recording live from Treehouse Records in Chicago.
House Record Studio.
Kind of known for their analog stuff, reel to reel. If you want some
Trident
OG,
count.
yeah, they got that giant
Tape,
Trident board in
Big
there.
Trident board. Was it Pink Floyd? Did they own it at one point?
Sure.
Was it like they used it to record the wall, right? Yeah, that's the board that was that recorded the wall. Wait, is that actually true? This is the
It
fucking
is?
that's
He
the
says
fucking
it.
board that recorded the wall.
Oh man, I bet there's like some liquid LSD inside of it.
Yeah, 100%. That's amazing. That's amazing. I keep forgetting that. That's true.
Obviously, you know, on behalf of Bass Magazine, all the thanks go out to everybody. Dr. Kurtz, GK, Bergatino, Sandberg. Obviously, Mark has put in a ton of work, as have I. And we hope that this isn't the last one. We plan on doing this more in the future.
Also, our sponsors. Let's not forget Chicago Music Exchange.
Yes.
Donated our friend Drew's time and also those awesome swag bags.
Yeah.
And then also Scott's bass lessons.
Yeah.
Again, cannot stress this enough. If you're scrolling through all of the videos, like, you know, on how to play this or how to play like that, he delivers. His educational style is so concise and direct, and he will help you get on your feet from the fundamentals in like.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you're at
Yeah.
now. You know,
He'll
if you're a
definitely get you
beginner or you're a seasoned player, I think that you could start at any level, and he'll take you to the next level for sure.
Take you to the next level.
Yeah. Outside of that, I don't know what else to say.
I think it's so hard to say goodbye, but we're gonna
see
go ahead
you
and say
later.
goodbye.
But before we go, all the things. BassMagazine.com. We got a Bass Bash landing page. You know,
all the giveaways are there.
Giveaways, basses, pedals,
Discount codes.
all that stuff is on that page. You know, one way that you can easily help support Mark and I, Bass Magazine, all these manufacturers, a simple way to just help support and make us feel great is just follow our social medias. That's something you could do for free. That doesn't cost you anything, just takes you a second. Plus, if you're watching us, you kind of want to know the latest stuff that's coming out. You know, artists, commercials, all those things. Like, these are just such small things that you guys can do to just kind of help us, make us feel good, and will, you know, inspire us to keep moving forward and keep doing stuff like this because, you know, this year has been crazy for everyone. Last year was my first NAMM, and I think, and I went on a whim. Mark goes, "Are you going to NAMM last year?" And I said, "No." And he goes, and it's like November. And he's like, "You should come. I think it would be cool." And I was like, "Oh, I got some Amex points."
This is November of 19. November
Right,
of
19.
Yeah.
So I went on the, you know, January 2020. And, you know, obviously right before COVID hit. And I think about the relationships, you know, Mark and I had been building relationships with Bass Magazine and, you know, meeting my idols and meeting Michael Tobias and meeting Jim Bergantino and meeting these people live was huge. And I think to right now, if I hadn't gone, I wouldn't have went this year. We wouldn't be doing this right now.
Because we ended up talking to John. I introduced you to John and
We
Chris.
did a podcast at the Bass Bash.
With John
With
DeAria, our editor-in-chief. Yeah.
Editor-in-chief of Bass Magazine. So I think that, like, on a whim, I went, met all these cool peoples. We helped build this thing that is what you see right now.
What's really important to mention, the Bass Bash itself historically has been a live event, like where you know, like a lot of players,
like private
playing
party.
through. It's a big party, it's a
Right.
big bass party, and of course, without NAMM this year, we had to figure something out. So we figured, well, you know, instead of doing performances, let's do something a little on the safer side, demo the gear because there's no place that's demoing it.
Right.
And so, thank you to you know, all the people who started Bass Bash, and then including Tony Wellington, who carried the torch,
Yes,
and then
she's been
took
very
it to the
helpful.
next level and got the notoriety, and then of course John and Chris and everybody at Bass Magazine took over, and so this is the new dawn. This is the new phase in that.
Here we are.
We're going to be doing more of these. They're going to be live events where we'll do all of this, you know, like live eventually when the pandemic is under control. We'll do it in different cities with different people.
Yeah,
it's
we'll
going to be
go
fucking
all over
great.
the place. It's going to be awesome.
So-
And then eventually we'll do it back in LA when
Yeah,
it's
hopefully.
safe to do it. You know, Mark and I got COVID tested yesterday and both came up negative. That's why we're not wearing masks and we're 3 feet away from each other.
Yeah.
So I don't have anything else to say other than
No.
thank
Thank you.
everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody in the room.
Thanks, Mom, Nana.
Nana, my wife, all
My
that
sons.
stuff. And
Yeah.
we'll do it again.
My
If there's
wife,
some
too.
gear you think we should demo, let us know. And, follow Base Nerds Podcast, Base Magazine Online, all that stuff. Thanks so much.
That's it.
Deuces.
Love you. Goodbye.